Symbols of Transformation by Carl Gustav Jung. Carl Jung's Symbols of Transformation explores the hidden forces that shape human consciousness through myth, fantasy, desire, and the unconscious. Beginning with the fantasies of Miss Miller, Jung follows a remarkable symbolic journey through fire, solar heroes, the mother archetype, regression, rebirth, serpents, and sacrifice, revealing how psychic energy transforms itself when old ways of living can no longer contain it. This audiobook explores one of Jung's most important works as a journey into the architecture of psychological transformation. From the hero's struggle to separate from the mother to Chiwantopel's final sacrifice, Symbols of Transformation reveals why growth so often requires descent, loss, and the dissolution of identities that once gave life meaning. At its center lies a powerful idea. Symbols can reveal the path toward transformation, but they cannot walk that path for us. A complete digital audiobook production by the Mercurius Foundation. This audiobook has been carefully crafted for your listening experience. We encourage you to pause, rewind, and revisit the passages that speak to you most. Introduction. There is a peculiar moment in the life of an idea when it stops behaving like an idea and begins to resemble a living thing. It gathers images around itself. It changes shape. It disappears into one story and returns inside another. A flame becomes desire. Desire becomes a hero. The hero becomes a sun. The sun descends into water, and the water becomes a mother waiting to receive him. By the time the pattern is visible, no single image can explain it. Something deeper has been moving through them all. Symbols of Transformation begins inside precisely this instability. Its immediate material is deceptively intimate, a sequence of fantasies recorded by an American woman whom Jung calls Miss Miller. Her imagination produces fragments that seem at first almost accidental. A singer appears aboard a ship. Light, fire, moths, cities, serpents, horses, heroic figures, maternal landscapes, and sacrificial deaths follow. Yet Jung approaches these images as though they were traces left by an invisible current. He isn't primarily interested in what Miller consciously intended. He watches what her imagination does when conscious intention loosens its grip. What emerges is far larger than one woman's private fantasy. Her images begin opening into myths separated by centuries and continents. Solar heroes descend into darkness and rise again. Gods are born under impossible conditions. Monsters swallow their victims. Trees become mothers, coffins, crosses, and sources of life. Horses carry divine power toward death. Serpents destroy and regenerate. Sacrificed bodies become worlds. The unsettling discovery is not simply that these stories resemble one another. It is that Miller's imagination seems capable of entering the same symbolic territory without consciously knowing where it is going. That territory becomes the true subject of the book. Jung is watching psychic energy transform itself. Desire cannot always move directly toward what it wants. Reality obstructs it. Prohibition redirects it. Fear sends it backward. When one path closes, the energy doesn't simply disappear. It finds another image, another object, another story. What begins as attraction may become religious longing, creative activity, heroic fantasy, regression, or sacrifice. The symbol appears at the point where an older form of life can no longer contain what is moving through it. This makes transformation considerably darker than the word suggests. Nothing here resembles a smooth ascent toward greater wisdom. Every advance creates the possibility of reversal. The hero who separates from the mother eventually returns toward her. The source of life becomes the danger of being swallowed. The instinct that carries consciousness forward can turn against it. Even sacrifice, the most dramatic promise of renewal, can fail if the energy released by destruction cannot find a new conscious form. Miller becomes fascinating precisely because this danger remains unresolved. Her unconscious imagination grows increasingly powerful while her conscious relation to its meaning remains uncertain. Chiwantopel, the heroic figure who eventually dominates her fantasy, can perform courage, independence, longing, and death on her behalf. He becomes magnificent where ordinary life remains hesitant. But that magnificence carries a hidden cost. The more completely the hero lives the conflict in fantasy, the less certain it becomes that the person imagining him can live it herself. Jung follows that discrepancy relentlessly. He moves through religion, mythology, poetry, ritual, and ancient symbolism because Miller's images repeatedly exceed the boundaries of personal biography. Her private drama becomes a doorway into something older, a recurring human struggle between attachment and separation, instinct and consciousness, regression and creation. The book asks what happens when the psyche reaches a form it can no longer inhabit, yet hasn't discovered the form that must replace it. The answer will pass through fire and water, birth and burial, gods and animals, mothers and monsters. It will eventually demand the death of the hero himself. But before sacrifice can mean anything, Jung must establish what exactly is being transformed. He begins with a force that seems familiar enough to name, yet becomes stranger the longer he follows it. Libido is about to stop meaning merely desire. It will become the current beneath the entire symbolic drama. And once that current begins to move, every image it touches becomes evidence of a transformation consciousness can witness but cannot control. The movement beneath the myth. The first problem Jung encounters is deceptively simple. What is the force moving through Miller's fantasies? Earlier psychology had given that force a familiar name, libido, but the word carried assumptions that Jung increasingly found too narrow. If psychic energy were understood only through sexuality, the transformations appearing in mythology would become reductions rather than explanations. Fire, religion, heroic striving, artistic creation, and sacrifice would merely disguise one original impulse. Jung instead follows the movement itself and asks what happens when energy leaves one form of expression and enters another. This shift changes the landscape. Libido begins to resemble a general capacity for psychological movement, something visible wherever desire, attention, effort, imagination, or adaptation acquires intensity. Sexuality remains one of its fundamental expressions, but no longer its universal destination. Energy can become attached to an object, withdrawn from it, redirected toward fantasy, or invested in cultural activity. The psyche therefore appears less like a collection of separate drives than a system in which force continually changes its route according to obstacles, possibilities, and the demands of life. Miller's fantasies provide a laboratory for this movement. A moment of attraction does not remain attraction. The charge surrounding the singer expands into images of creation, divinity, light, and cosmic generation. The personal object disappears beneath symbolic elaboration. Jung takes this expansion seriously because it shows libido leaving an immediate situation and entering forms whose significance exceeds the original stimulus. Fantasy records desire changing its psychological form. Fire becomes one of the clearest examples. Its warmth, brightness, danger, and generative power allow it to gather meanings that cultures have repeatedly connected with life, sexuality, divine presence, knowledge, and creation. The point is not that fire means one thing. Its symbolic force comes from its capacity to hold several transformations at once. Energy that cannot remain confined to instinctive satisfaction can appear through technological invention, ritual, imagination, or spiritual aspiration. Culture begins where instinctive energy discovers another channel. Yet every transformation carries resistance. The psyche does not redirect energy effortlessly. An established path possesses momentum because it has already provided satisfaction or security. When reality blocks that path, libido may seek a new adaptation, but it may also move backward. Jung calls attention to regression because it explains why development repeatedly awakens older memories, archaic images, childhood attachments, and mythological forms. Energy retreats from a difficult present and reactivates structures that consciousness believed it had surpassed. Regression, therefore, becomes one of the central engines of the book. It is dangerous because it can restore dependence, fantasy, and withdrawal from reality. But it is not merely a failure. The backward movement can encounter psychic material that was excluded from the conscious attitude and return with possibilities unavailable before the descent. The process can produce stagnation or renewal. Everything depends on whether consciousness can establish a new relation with what regression has activated. This ambiguity organizes Miller's symbolic world. The sun becomes a model of emergence, descent, disappearance, and return. The hero inherits this rhythm. He separates from an original enclosure, confronts resistance, descends toward danger, and seeks renewed emergence. His story gives human form to libido itself. What psychology describes as adaptation and regression, mythology stages as adventure. The maternal image then becomes unavoidable. If the hero represents differentiation, the mother represents the matrix from which differentiation occurs and toward which regressive energy can return. Jung's symbolism quickly exceeds the personal mother. Sea, earth, cave, city, tree, vessel, darkness, and monster can all assume maternal qualities because each can contain, nourish, conceal, or swallow. The image expands until mother signifies origin itself, the condition before separation. Here the conflict becomes severe. Returning toward origin promises relief from differentiated existence, but complete return would dissolve the independence consciousness has achieved. The incest prohibition blocks direct restoration of the earlier condition. Libido seeking the mother must find another route. The obstruction creates pressure for transformation. Religious rebirth, immersion in water, sacred enclosure, and mythic descent become ways of returning without literally becoming what one was before. The hero's task is paradoxical. He must separate from the mother, then descend toward her depths because something necessary remains there. He must enter darkness without surrendering differentiation and recover energy without restoring the old life. Myth represents the danger through dragons, whales, serpents, devouring monsters, graves, and caves. The hero is swallowed because transformation requires contact with the power capable of undoing him. Miller's Chiwantopel emerges within this architecture. He carries movement and independence with an intensity absent from the conscious situation surrounding him. His adventures externalize a developmental demand. He can wander where Miller hesitates and confront danger where ordinary adaptation falters. But this creates a division. The hero becomes the bearer of possibilities that remain projected outside consciousness. That division will eventually make sacrifice necessary. Before it does, Jung must show why symbolic transformation repeatedly joins creation with destruction. The same energy that produces culture can retreat into the unconscious. The mother who gives life can become the monster that devours it. The hero who represents liberation can become a substitute for living. Nothing remains beneficial simply because it once served development. Jung's argument is not a catalog of symbols, but a model of movement. Psychic life advances, encounters obstruction, regresses, activates older forms, and attempts another organization. Symbols record these transitions because they arise where ordinary conscious categories are insufficient. Their contradictions are not defects. Fire creates and destroys. Water gives birth and drowns. The mother protects and consumes. The hero saves and must himself be sacrificed. Once this pattern becomes visible, Miller's fantasies cease to look like disconnected episodes. They form a psychological sequence in which energy repeatedly searches for a viable form. The images grow more archaic as regression carries the drama toward older psychic layers. What begins with attraction will eventually reach creation myths, maternal depths, heroic death, and sacrificial renewal. Jung's inquiry follows that descent because transformation can only be understood by watching what survives when one psychic form can no longer continue. When desire becomes a world, the transformation begins with an apparently ordinary disturbance. Miller encounters a singer whose presence awakens an emotional charge, but the fantasy refuses to remain attached to the man himself. The energy expands. Attraction becomes fascination, fascination becomes creation, and creation begins surrounding itself with images of light, divinity, fire, and cosmic generation. Jung follows this expansion because it reveals something essential. Desire does not always remain organized around the object that awakened it. Under pressure, it can leave that object behind and construct an entire symbolic world. This is where the book's argument begins to separate itself from a simple interpretation of fantasy as disguised wish fulfillment. The original impulse matters, but its later forms matter equally. A symbol is not merely a mask hiding what came before it. The new form can acquire its own psychological function. Energy invested in immediate satisfaction can become available for imagination, religious experience, technological invention, artistic creation, or a new relation to reality. Transformation means that the destination changes what the energy can become. Fire concentrates this process with unusual clarity. It belongs simultaneously to warmth, danger, sexuality, illumination, destruction, and human culture. Jung's long movement through fire-making rituals and mythological associations is therefore not an antiquarian detour. Fire becomes an image of instinctive energy altered through human activity. Friction produces heat. Repetition produces flame. What begins in bodily effort becomes an element capable of reorganizing human existence. The symbol preserves both origins at once, instinct and creation. The same logic appears in rhythm. Repeated bodily movements can accompany work, ritual, sexuality, dance, or collective activity, allowing instinctive patterns to become detached from their original situations and invested elsewhere. Human beings don't simply suppress an impulse and replace it with something unrelated. Older patterns provide the energetic structure through which newer activities become possible. Culture grows by redirecting forces that already exist. This makes transformation fundamentally different from purification. Nothing in Jung's argument suggests that development occurs by removing the primitive layers of psychic life. The older forms remain active beneath the newer ones. A sophisticated religious symbol can carry an archaic pattern. A technological achievement can preserve traces of instinctive activity. A heroic myth can reorganize conflicts that first appeared within childhood dependence. Development accumulates rather than erases. The moth introduces the danger hidden inside this movement. Drawn irresistibly toward the flame, it turns attraction into self-destruction. What gives light can consume the creature fascinated by it. The image anticipates a pattern that will govern everything that follows. Psychic energy seeks transformation, but fascination alone doesn't guarantee development. An image can attract libido so powerfully that the individual becomes absorbed by the symbol instead of transformed through it. Miller's fantasies already show this risk. Their symbolic richness grows while the relation between fantasy and conscious action becomes increasingly uncertain. Her imagination is capable of enormous movement. It travels from personal attraction toward mythological dimensions almost effortlessly. Yet precisely this abundance raises a difficult question. Is the fantasy preparing a transformation in life, or is it becoming the place where transformation happens instead of life? The distinction will eventually determine the fate of Chiwantopel. For now, the important discovery is that libido has escaped its first object and begun creating forms. The psyche is no longer merely responding to desire. It is reorganizing desire into symbolic structures capable of carrying conflicts that ordinary consciousness cannot yet resolve. That creative capacity makes culture possible. It also makes psychological evasion possible. The same imagination that transforms instinct can construct magnificent alternatives to action. Jung's investigation therefore moves forward with a growing suspicion. Symbols reveal where psychic energy wants to go, but they can also reveal exactly where consciousness has refused to follow. The mother beneath the world. Once psychic energy begins to move backward, the symbolic landscape changes. Images of creation give way to images of origin. The hero who had seemed destined to move outward is drawn toward water, earth, cities, caves, trees, vessels, darkness, and enclosed spaces. Jung recognizes a common structure beneath these forms. They contain, they surround, they receive. They can protect what enters them, but they can also prevent it from emerging again. The world itself begins to acquire the qualities of a mother. This transformation matters because the maternal image is no longer limited to Miller's personal history. The mother becomes a symbolic representation of the condition from which differentiated consciousness emerges. A city can become maternal because its walls enclose a population. The sea becomes maternal because life arises from water, and the setting sun seems to disappear into it before being born again at dawn. Earth receives the dead while producing new life. The tree nourishes, shelters, encloses, and connects what lies beneath the ground with what rises toward the light. Each image contains the same contradiction. The source of life is also the place into which life can disappear. Womb and tomb begin to overlap. This is why heroic mythology repeatedly sends its central figure back toward the very realm from which development demanded separation. The sun descends into darkness. The hero enters the cave. A monster swallows him. A god is enclosed in a chest. A body disappears into water or earth. What appears narratively as catastrophe becomes psychologically recognizable as regression, the withdrawal of libido from its established relation to the world, and its movement toward older, less differentiated layers of psychic life. The temptation is to treat this descent as failure. Jung refuses that simplicity. Regression can become destructive when it restores dependency and allows the personality to evade the demands of reality. But the unconscious also contains possibilities excluded by the conscious attitude. When an existing adaptation has exhausted itself, movement backward can reactivate precisely the material needed for another development. The descent becomes dangerous because renewal and dissolution begin from the same direction. The incest prohibition gives this problem its sharpest form. Libido drawn toward the mother cannot simply restore the original bond. The direct route backward is blocked. Psychologically, that obstruction becomes productive because energy must discover another path. The desire for return is displaced into symbolic forms. Water, spirit, sacred enclosure, religious initiation, burial, and rebirth become ways of approaching origin without literally restoring childhood. The prohibition, therefore, does more than suppress. It creates pressure for symbolic transformation. What cannot happen as biological return can occur as psychological reorganization. The hero becomes the figure capable of entering this impossible passage. He must return toward the maternal depth without becoming permanently enclosed within it. Myth gives the danger a body. Dragons, whales, serpents, monsters, and devouring animals transform regression into confrontation. The hero is swallowed because consciousness must experience what it means to lose its established position. But the successful hero remains active inside the darkness. He makes fire, wounds the monster, cuts an opening, and emerges. The difference between regression and transformation lies inside that escape. To descend is not enough. The energy encountered below must return in another form. This is where death and rebirth become inseparable. The personality entering the maternal enclosure cannot emerge unchanged, because unchanged return would merely restore the previous condition. Something in the existing organization must disappear. Myth represents this necessity through burial, sacrifice, dismemberment, drowning, or ingestion. The old form dies inside an image that simultaneously resembles a womb. The tree becomes especially powerful because it holds these opposites without resolving them. Osiris is enclosed within a tree. Divine and heroic figures become associated with hanging, sacrifice, and vegetation. The Christian cross becomes both instrument of execution and tree of life. What kills also supports regeneration. The symbolic imagination refuses the clean division consciousness would prefer. Miller's fantasies move increasingly close to this structure. Her images of water, enclosure, passage, and heroic destiny suggest a psyche approaching the maternal depth. Yet the presence of symbols of rebirth does not prove that rebirth is occurring. This distinction becomes crucial. The unconscious can represent a developmental possibility long before consciousness becomes capable of living it. Chiwantopel emerges precisely within this gap. He possesses the movement, courage, independence, and destiny that Miller's conscious position cannot yet sustain. The hero becomes a projected carrier of development. He can separate where she remains attached. He can wander where she hesitates. He can confront danger while she remains protected by fantasy. At first this appears useful. The unconscious has created an image of the direction in which life needs to move. But projection creates a hidden dependency of its own. Every quality placed inside Chiwantopel remains, to that extent, unavailable to Miller. The hero becomes stronger while the conscious personality remains outside his strength. The maternal problem has therefore reproduced itself in another form. Miller seeks liberation from dependence, yet the figure representing liberation begins to carry her life for her. The hero who should lead beyond the enclosure becomes another container for psychic energy. That contradiction cannot continue indefinitely. If Chiwantopel remains magnificent, Miller can remain the spectator of her own transformation. The psyche must eventually break the arrangement it created. The hero will have to confront the mother, but something even more difficult will follow. He will have to become expendable. The death of the hero. Chiwantopel reaches the final movement of Miller's fantasy, already carrying an impossible burden. He has become the figure through whom courage, independence, longing, and destiny can be imagined without yet being lived. His existence solves a psychological problem temporarily. Miller can approach separation through him, allowing the hero to inhabit the dangerous territory between dependence and autonomy. But the solution eventually becomes another obstacle. As long as Chiwantopel remains the bearer of those qualities, the conscious personality can continue observing them from a distance. His final appearance exposes the contradiction. Chiwantopel searches for the woman capable of understanding him completely, yet imagines her separated from him by an impossible interval of time. The beloved becomes perfect because she cannot actually be encountered. No ordinary relationship can threaten the purity of the longing. There will be no misunderstanding, disappointment, compromise, or demand for adaptation. Desire remains absolute by making fulfillment impossible. The fantasy has transformed avoidance into tragedy. Then nature intervenes. A green serpent appears and bites Chiwantopel. His horse is attacked and dies. The earth trembles. A volcano dominates the landscape. Finally, the hero himself disappears beneath a landslide. Every image that once carried movement toward life now turns toward destruction. The horse, which embodied instinctive vitality and forward motion, is eliminated. The earth becomes the maternal depth, receiving the hero back into itself. The serpent survives. Jung treats this sequence as the culmination of a regression already unfolding beneath the heroic narrative. Chiwantopel seems to be moving toward destiny, but the destination is actually return. The hero who emerged from the unconscious is reclaimed by it. His magnificent search for an impossible beloved conceals a movement away from ordinary human relationship, and his death completes that withdrawal. The fantasy that promised independence ends inside the maternal earth. Yet sacrifice changes the meaning of this death. Across the myths Jung brings into the argument, destruction repeatedly becomes the condition for another organization of life. The primordial Purusha is divided, and a differentiated cosmos emerges from his body. The sacrificial horse embodies vital energy, whose existing form must be relinquished. Mithras kills the bull, and death becomes associated with fertility. Christian symbolism intensifies the pattern by placing the human figure himself in the position of the victim. These images share a difficult proposition. Transformation costs something real. Psychic development cannot preserve every form through which energy previously found expression. An organization that once supported life may eventually prevent further movement. When that happens, sacrifice means allowing energy to leave a form that consciousness would prefer to retain. Chiwantopel has become exactly such a form. His death can therefore be understood as the sacrifice of projection. The qualities Miller has placed within him cannot remain indefinitely attached to an autonomous fantasy figure. If they are to become psychologically productive, the heroic container must break. Courage must cease to belong exclusively to the hero. Independence must cease to be something performed elsewhere. The symbolic figure must lose his separate existence, so that the energy invested in him can become available to the person who imagined him. This makes sacrifice considerably less romantic than heroic mythology suggests. What returns to consciousness is not a finished heroic identity. Projection offers perfection because the projected figure can embody qualities without contradiction. Once that projection collapses, the individual receives those qualities as unfinished tasks. Heroic courage becomes an ordinary decision. Destiny becomes responsibility. Magnificent symbolic action becomes uncertain participation in reality. Miller's fantasy becomes troubling because it never clearly demonstrates that this transfer occurs. Chiwantopel performs the sacrifice, but Miller remains outside it. Her unconscious presents the correct symbolic movement, while consciousness appears unable to assimilate its demand. The hero dies in her place. The surviving serpent makes the danger unmistakable. It is green, the color of living nature, and it carries ancient associations with instinct, death, transformation, and renewal. It destroys Chiwantopel, but remains alive after his disappearance. The energy represented by the hero has therefore not simply vanished. Something more archaic survives beneath the collapse of the ideal form. Here Jung's entire argument becomes concentrated in one image. Libido cannot be destroyed. It changes direction and organization. The hero can die while the psychic force that animated him continues elsewhere. If consciousness can receive that energy, sacrifice may become renewal. If it cannot, the energy returns to the unconscious, strengthening the very forces from which the hero had attempted to differentiate himself. The serpent consequently represents possibility and danger at once. Its survival may announce regeneration, but regeneration now belongs to an unconscious power Miller has not integrated. The symbolic process has moved ahead of the conscious personality. What should have become a bridge between unconscious and conscious life threatens instead to widen the distance between them. This is why Jung's treatment of sacrifice never settles into a doctrine of self-denial. The point is not that instinct must be destroyed so spirit can triumph. The sacrificed animal, hero, or natural person represents psychic energy that must be transformed, not annihilated. A sacrifice succeeds only when what is relinquished becomes available in another form. Destruction without renewed organization is merely destruction. Chiwantopel's fate, therefore, becomes the final test of Miller's symbolic journey. The singer awakened desire. Desire expanded into creation. Creation became fire and solar imagery. The hero gave the accumulating energy a personality. Maternal symbolism revealed the attraction of regression. The struggle for deliverance exposed the conflict between independence and return. Sacrifice finally destroys the figure who had carried the solution. What remains is the energy itself. That is the deepest movement symbols of transformation uncovers. Beneath every changing image lies a psyche attempting to reorganize its relation to life. Symbols emerge because the transition cannot yet be expressed directly. They anticipate possibilities, reveal conflicts, and give visible form to forces consciousness has not understood. But they cannot complete the transformation they represent. The hero can descend. The serpent can survive. The sacrificed body can become the image of another world. Still, consciousness must receive what the symbol releases. Miller's fantasy ends before that final movement becomes secure. The old form has been destroyed, but the new one has not yet appeared. This incompleteness is precisely what gives the sequence its psychological force. Transformation has revealed its structure without guaranteeing its outcome. The hero is gone. The energy remains. Everything now depends on what can carry it next. The ancient pattern inside modern life. What makes Miller's fantasies culturally significant is not their originality. It is almost the opposite. Images arising within an individual imagination begin repeating structures that human communities have preserved for centuries. The sun descends and returns. The hero leaves the maternal world and is drawn back toward it. The monster swallows what consciousness has produced. The serpent kills and renews. The sacrificed being becomes the material from which another order can emerge. A private fantasy unexpectedly begins speaking an ancient language. Jung's comparative method depends upon taking this recurrence seriously. Similar symbols appear across traditions separated by geography and history because the psychological tensions generating them remain recognizably human. Every culture must negotiate dependence and separation, instinct and restraint, belonging and individuality, continuity and change. Myth gives these invisible pressures visible bodies. What cannot easily be described as psychic movement becomes a journey, a battle, a divine birth, a descent, or a sacrifice. This is why the same image can survive radical changes in belief. A tree can belong to fertility ritual, divine enclosure, execution, or resurrection. Water can signify origin, destruction, purification, and rebirth. The serpent can become enemy, healer, instinct, wisdom, or regeneration. These meanings accumulate rather than cancel one another. A durable symbol survives because it can carry contradictions that ordinary language tries to separate. Culture depends upon this symbolic capacity. Human beings cannot live entirely through immediate instinct because collective existence requires energy to be redirected into work, ritual, art, religion, technology, social bonds, and systems of meaning. Yet the instinctive foundations do not disappear when civilization reorganizes them. They remain active beneath cultural forms, capable of returning whenever established structures no longer provide sufficient expression. Jung's account of sacrifice reveals the cost of this process. The horse, bull, divine sun, and primordial being become images of energy, relinquishing one organization so another can emerge. Civilizations preserve these deaths because development repeatedly confronts communities with forms they cannot carry forward unchanged. Something inherited may remain valuable and still become an obstacle. Sacrifice gives cultural form to the frightening recognition that continuity sometimes requires rupture. The danger appears when culture mistakes transformation for suppression. If instinct is treated merely as an enemy, the rejected force does not cease to exist. It moves outside the recognized identity and acquires autonomy there. The same pattern visible in Miller can therefore occur collectively. A society can build an idealized image of itself while forcing contradictory impulses into darkness. What returns may then appear alien, irrational, or hostile, even though it developed within the same psychic field. Heroic mythology can intensify this problem as easily as it can illuminate it. The hero concentrates qualities that individuals or communities experience as lacking. Courage, purity, strength, destiny, and renewal become embodied in an exceptional figure. The projection creates fascination because the hero seems to possess completely what ordinary life possesses only imperfectly. But admiration can become another form of passivity. The symbolic figure begins living possibilities that the community no longer recognizes as its own responsibility. Chiwantopel makes this cultural mechanism unusually visible. He is compelling because he carries Miller's unlived movement toward independence. His eventual sacrifice exposes the limit of the heroic solution. The figure can reveal a direction, but he cannot permanently perform transformation on behalf of the person who created him. His death forces the projected energy back toward its source. This is perhaps the most unsettling cultural implication of Jung's argument. Symbols do not exist merely to be admired, believed, or interpreted. They mediate transformations that remain incomplete until their psychological demand enters life. A civilization can surround itself with myths of rebirth while remaining trapped in repetition. An individual can dream of heroic sacrifice while avoiding the sacrifice required by reality. Symbols of transformation, therefore, turns mythology into something closer to a record of psychic adaptation. Ancient stories preserve recurring attempts to negotiate forces that never became obsolete. Modern consciousness may replace gods with psychological language, but it does not escape the conflicts those gods represented. Miller's fantasies matter because they demonstrate this continuity from the inside. Without consciously constructing a mythology, her imagination moves toward forms already inhabited by generations before her. The personal psyche opens onto collective patterns precisely when ordinary adaptation begins to fail. The ancient image survives because the ancient problem survives. Human beings still have to leave what formed them, return to what they rejected, sacrifice identities that once protected them, and discover whether the energy released by loss can become another form of life. Myth remembers this process long before consciousness knows that it has begun. The passage the symbol cannot complete. The journey through Miller's fantasies ends where transformation becomes most difficult to distinguish from destruction. The singer, the fire, the solar hero, the maternal depths, the serpent, and the sacrifice have formed a continuous movement, even when they first appeared unrelated. Each image has carried psychic energy into another configuration. By the end, the original question has changed completely. The issue is no longer what a symbol means in isolation. It is what happens to the psyche when the form carrying its energy can no longer continue. Jung's answer is severe because transformation offers no guarantee of improvement. Libido can move outward toward adaptation, withdraw into fantasy, descend toward archaic material, and return reorganized. But it can also remain below. Regression may recover neglected possibilities, or it may deepen dependence on the unconscious. A symbol may mediate between conscious and unconscious life, or become the beginning of a separate imaginative world. The same process contains creation and dissolution because psychic energy itself has no obligation to follow the intentions of consciousness. Miller becomes the decisive example of this uncertainty. Her imagination repeatedly anticipates psychological tasks that her conscious position seems unable to complete. Chiwantopel embodies courage and separation, but his independence remains projected into fantasy. He searches for an impossible beloved, loses the horse that carried him, is bitten by the green serpent, and disappears into the earth. The heroic solution destroys itself. What remains is the deeper force that produced it. That surviving serpent prevents the story from becoming a tragedy. Its connection with living nature and regeneration suggests that the energy invested in the hero has not been annihilated. Yet renewal remains only potential. Nothing in the final image proves that Miller can reclaim the force released by Chiwantopel's death. The unconscious remains alive, perhaps more alive than before, while consciousness has not developed a new form capable of meeting it. This is where sacrifice reveals its psychological demand. Something valuable must be surrendered, not because it was meaningless, but because its function has ended. The hero was necessary, while Miller needed an image capable of representing movement beyond dependence. He becomes dangerous when the image begins substituting for movement itself. His death breaks the container. The energy he carried must now either enter conscious life or fall back into the depths. The mythology surrounding Miller makes this pattern impossible to dismiss as an eccentric private invention. Primordial beings are divided so worlds can emerge. Animals die and fertility follows. Gods descend and return. Heroes are swallowed, buried, wounded, and reborn. Across these stories, life advances through forms that eventually have to be relinquished. The persistence of the pattern suggests that human beings have long understood transformation through images of necessary loss, even when they lacked psychological language for the process. But Jung also exposes the danger of confusing the image with the achievement. A myth of rebirth does not produce rebirth. A heroic fantasy does not create courage. A sacrifice represented in imagination does not ensure that consciousness has surrendered anything. Symbols can move ahead of the person who produces them. They can reveal a developmental direction, while simultaneously exposing how far conscious life remains from following it. That tension gives symbols of transformation its lasting force. The book does not present the unconscious as a reservoir of comforting wisdom waiting to be decoded. It presents a living system whose images emerge from conflicts between adaptation and regression, instinct and culture, attachment and separation. The unconscious can compensate, create, warn, seduce, overwhelm, and reorganize. Its symbols matter because they show psychic energy in motion before consciousness has fully understood where that motion leads. By the end, transformation no longer resembles becoming a perfected version of oneself. It resembles the repeated surrender of forms that once made life possible. Desire must relinquish one object to become creation. The hero must leave the mother, then return to the depths she represents. The ideal figure must eventually die so the energy projected into him can become a conscious responsibility. Every new organization carries the possibility that it too will one day become an obstacle. Transformation begins when that movement becomes conscious. The symbol opens the passage but cannot complete it. The symbolic mind. There is a moment when thought ceases to feel like an instrument and begins to resemble a landscape. The mind moves through believing that its images belong to the present, that its fears were born yesterday, that its desires carry the signature of private history. Then a dream appears, or a fantasy arrives and something older looks through it. A modern face wears an ancient expression. A personal conflict begins to echo a story told centuries before the person who suffers it was born. What seemed intimate becomes historical, and what seemed accidental acquires the unsettling shape of repetition. This is the threshold that opens the first movement of symbols of transformation. Jung begins not with an abstract system, but with a disturbance in perspective. Freud had already shown that the apparently irrational theater of dreams could conceal intelligible psychological conflicts. Yet the discovery creates a problem. If an ancient drama such as Oedipus can still illuminate a modern psyche, then the distance between consciousness and the mythological world is less secure than it appears. Civilization changes its language, institutions, manners, and explanations, while certain patterns of psychic life persist beneath those transformations. The past has not disappeared yet. It has changed its clothing. For Jung, this continuity becomes visible when conscious thought loosens its grip. Waking intelligence usually moves toward a destination. It organizes words, tests reality, communicates with others, solves problems, and submits itself to the demands of a shared world. This directed activity is one of civilization's achievements, but it is costly. It requires attention and effort. Beneath it survives another movement of mind, less disciplined and far older, one that drifts through images, analogies, memories, wishes, fears, and unexpected associations. It appears in reverie, fantasy, myth, and above all in dreams. There, thought does not march. It wanders, combines, transforms. The difference matters because this wandering mind is not simply defective reason. Jung recognizes in it a mode of psychic activity with its own history and its own strange coherence. Ancient people did not inhabit a meaningless universe awaiting scientific explanation. Their world was saturated with animation. Sun, moon, animals, gods, monsters, and natural forces participated in a symbolic field where inner and outer reality reflected one another. Modern consciousness has learned to separate those domains with precision. Yet during sleep, reverie, emotional upheaval, or psychological regression, the older form returns. The sophisticated adult discovers that the archaic imagination was never entirely abolished. This is where Miss Frank Miller enters the investigation. Her fantasies appear at first to be private productions, poetic curiosities shaped by travel, memory, attraction, literature, and suggestibility. Jung treats them differently. He notices how her impressions gather emotional force, how an encounter can become an image, and how an image can expand beyond the event that produced it. A singer on a voyage, the sea, remembered poetry, religious language, childhood impressions, and an unacknowledged erotic charge begin forming a symbolic constellation. Her conscious explanation remains narrow. Her fantasy does not. That discrepancy becomes decisive. Miller's hymn of creation transforms a personal impression into a cosmic scene in which sound, light, and love emerge as acts. The scale of the image is astonishing because its circumstances are so ordinary. A young woman encounters an attractive man, carries the impression inward, and the psyche answers with creation mythology. Jung does not reduce one side to the other. The erotic impression matters, but so does the symbolic enlargement. Psychic material can possess a lower meaning rooted in personal desire and a higher meaning directed toward creation, possibility, and a future not yet consciously understood. The first pages therefore establish a dangerous proposition. Human beings do not merely remember the past. They continue to produce it. Myth survives because the structures capable of generating myth remain active, waiting beneath directed consciousness for moments when attention weakens and another logic becomes audible. Miller's fantasies will become the laboratory in which that logic is followed. What begins as an inquiry into dreams and imagination is already becoming something larger, an investigation into how private experience opens onto inherited symbolic forms, and how those forms transform psychic energy into images capable of carrying a life beyond what consciousness knows. Two movements of the mind. Directed thought belongs to adaptation. It moves outward, toward objects, other people, practical demands, and communicable conclusions. Language serves this movement because words make private experience transferable. Thought becomes social through speech, and speech carries inherited meanings that restrain purely personal interpretation. The individual learns to organize perception according to forms already tested by collective life. This capacity makes science, technology, institutions, and deliberate action possible. It also creates the impression that rational consciousness represents the mind in its entirety. Jung refuses that impression. Directed thinking is historically cultivated, psychologically demanding, and dependent upon sustained attention. When that effort relaxes, another form appears. Associations no longer submit themselves to a chosen objective. Images attract other images through resemblance, emotional charge, memory, and desire. Daydreaming belongs here, but so do dreams, myths, religious images, and many products of artistic imagination. They reveal a psyche that does not stop producing meaning when conscious direction ends. This older mode of thought has an important historical dimension. Jung sees parallels between the fantasy activity of modern people and forms of imagination that once organized entire cultures. Ancient consciousness projected animation into the surrounding world. Natural events could become expressions of divine intention, celestial bodies could acquire personality, and stories about gods could carry conflicts that later ages would describe in psychological language. Such parallels do not mean that modern people secretly believe every ancient story. They mean that the psychic capacity which generated those stories persists. Education changes its expression, but does not erase the underlying disposition. Dreams make this persistence unusually visible. During sleep, the disciplined distinction between subjective association and external fact weakens. Thought regresses toward imagery, condensation, displacement, and emotional analogy. Material that waking consciousness would keep separate can suddenly coexist. The result resembles mythology because both dream and myth emerge from modes of psychic organization, less constrained by rational sequence. Jung therefore resists the temptation to dismiss mythological parallels as decorative coincidences. If similar structures repeatedly appear in dreams, fantasies, legends, and religious narratives, then the recurrence itself becomes psychologically significant. The same argument changes how fantasy must be interpreted. A fantasy may contain obvious personal material, but its meaning cannot always be exhausted by identifying the immediate event that provoked it. Jung illustrates this through the story of Abbe Egger, whose fascination with the fate of Judas seems initially theological. Beneath that concern lies a personal drama. Egger needs Judas to be redeemable because the condemned betrayer carries something that his conscious personality cannot comfortably acknowledge. The historical figure becomes a vessel for an inner tendency. What appears to be speculation about Christian doctrine is simultaneously a negotiation with an unwanted part of the self. This mechanism prepares the reader for Miller. Her case is especially revealing because she possesses an unusual susceptibility to identification and suggestion. She can become absorbed in characters, performances, landscapes, and people with remarkable intensity. The emotional boundary between observer and observed becomes porous. When Sarah Bernhard performs a dying character, Miller experiences pain in her own breast. When theatrical tragedy unfolds, she does not merely understand the character intellectually. She participates in the emotional configuration. Such identification makes her fantasies unusually vivid, but Jung treats the mechanism as an intensified version of something broadly human rather than as an isolated curiosity. Her attraction to Cyrano de Bergerac exposes another layer. The drama centers upon concealed love, misrecognition, sacrifice, and the painful distance between inner value and outward appearance. Miller identifies with Christian, while the emotional structure surrounding Cyrano remains active beneath that identification. Jung notices that the chosen drama already contains the pattern of misunderstood desire. The fantasy does not simply reproduce a literary memory. It selects material whose structure corresponds to an unresolved psychic situation. Culture supplies the image, but personal conflict gives the image its energy. Her sea voyage intensifies this process. Removed from ordinary surroundings, surrounded by water, distance, unfamiliar cities, and the suspended social reality of travel, Miller becomes increasingly introverted. Impressions acquire disproportionate force. A handsome officer who sings on deck becomes more than a pleasant encounter. His image enters a field already charged by loneliness, reverie, remembered literature, religious associations, and erotic possibility. Consciousness does not fully admit the significance of the attraction. The energy, therefore, does not disappear. It changes form. The resulting creation poem is psychologically remarkable because it magnifies a limited personal event into a vision of cosmic beginnings. Sound appears first, then light, then love. Miller herself searches for sources in scripture, literature, childhood memories, and ideas encountered years earlier. Jung follows these associations seriously, but he also observes how they converge around the recent emotional impression. The singing officer becomes linked with morning stars, divine creation, light, fire, and love. The personal image is not simply concealed beneath religious language. It has been transformed through it. Here Jung introduces a principle that prevents the analysis from collapsing into reduction. Psychic images can carry several levels of meaning simultaneously. An erotic impulse may contribute energy to a fantasy without making the fantasy nothing but disguised sexuality. The same image may also express intellectual creation, spiritual aspiration, separation from childhood attachments, or an emerging orientation toward adult life. Miller's cosmic imagery therefore points backward and forward at once. It contains residues of personal history, yet it also anticipates possibilities her conscious personality has not formulated. This double movement is essential. Fantasy can regress toward older material when reality becomes difficult, but regression can uncover forms capable of reorganizing the future. The archaic image is not merely a fossil. Under sufficient psychic pressure, it becomes active again and offers a symbolic language for conflicts that consciousness cannot yet state directly. Miller believes she is recording spontaneous poetic inspiration. Jung sees something more consequential taking shape. Her private experience has begun to recruit the symbolic inheritance of humanity, and the symbols are beginning to reveal the direction in which her psychic energy is moving. The creation hidden inside desire. The creation hymn gives Jung a compact image of the problem that will occupy the rest of the work. Miller believes that a poem has arrived spontaneously, almost as though it had composed itself. Its sequence seems simple. Sound appears, then light, then love, and each emergence expands into a cosmic chorus. Yet the apparent simplicity disappears once the associations surrounding these images are examined. The poem stands at the crossing point of immediate experience, childhood memory, religious language, literary inheritance, erotic attraction, and an imagination moving beyond the limits imposed by conscious intention. The first image, sound, carries the trace of the singer whose presence had affected Miller during the voyage. Conscious judgment may regard the encounter as minor, but psychic intensity is not measured by conscious importance. An impression can be dismissed by the waking personality while continuing to accumulate energy elsewhere. The singer therefore survives not as a realistic portrait, but as a transformed figure. His voice becomes creative sound itself. Personal attraction expands into a cosmogonic act, and the ordinary man begins to acquire attributes that belong to a creator. This enlargement reveals how fantasy works when direct acknowledgement has failed. The psyche does not preserve experience like an archive preserving documents. It rearranges experience according to affinities that may remain invisible to consciousness. The officer can become associated with morning stars because both are linked through song. The morning stars can evoke creation because remembered religious language has already joined stars with the beginning of the world. Creation can evoke divine love, and divine love can absorb the emotional charge that consciousness hesitates to recognize as personal desire. Each association changes the scale of the original impression without simply erasing it. Miller's remembered sources deepen this structure. Milton's Paradise Lost, the Book of Job, biblical creation imagery, music, childhood religious instruction, and memories of a clergyman speaking about spontaneous creation all converge within the poem. None needs to have been deliberately selected. Their importance lies precisely in their availability to unconscious combination. Material deposited across years can suddenly become organized around a present emotional situation. The resulting image feels new because consciousness did not construct it step by step, even though its components have long existed within memory. Jung is especially interested in the apparent innocence surrounding this process. Miller does not present herself as someone consciously struggling with erotic conflict. The poem rises instead into religious and cosmic language. This distance between the conscious attitude and the symbolic production becomes diagnostic. When an impression cannot be accepted in its immediate form, it may return clothed in older and more elevated imagery. The movement backward is therefore not random. It searches for established forms capable of containing an energy that the present personality cannot comfortably hold. The father image becomes important at precisely this point. Jung reads the masculine creator within Miller's fantasy against the background of childhood attachment and the difficult movement from the family circle toward adult relationships. The new man cannot yet appear simply as a new object of love. He enters through a symbolic position already occupied by authority, creation, divinity, and paternal significance. The psyche reaches toward the future with images inherited from the past. What appears to be a religious fantasy may therefore record the strain of transferring emotional energy from an established childhood configuration toward an unfamiliar adult possibility. This makes the fantasy more than compensation for frustrated desire. Miller's imagery contains what Jung regards as a prospective tendency. It does not merely conceal what has happened. It sketches what might happen if the energy captured by the image could become available for life. Creation is therefore an unusually exact metaphor. Something within the personality is trying to come into existence. The poem dramatizes emergence before Miller can consciously identify what is emerging. Sound, light, and love become stages in an inner event whose psychological consequences remain ahead of her. Its grandeur conceals a practical question about whether symbolic creation can become actual psychological development. The sun that rises from within. Creation imagery does not remain confined to Miller's hymn. Once Jung begins following its associations, the poem opens into a much older symbolic landscape. Light, fire, divine generation, masculine creative power, and the rising sun begin to converge. The images belong to different traditions, but psychologically they circle the same problem. Something invisible seeks manifestation. Something previously contained in darkness acquires energy, form, and direction. The creation of a world becomes an image for the emergence of psychic content into consciousness. This is why the sun assumes increasing importance. It is more than a convenient emblem of illumination. Its daily disappearance and return offer the imagination a complete drama of loss and renewal. It descends, vanishes into darkness, and rises again. Cultures can elaborate this rhythm into myths of divine death, journeys through an underworld, rebirth, heroic struggle, and renewed fertility. The astronomical event remains external, yet the symbolic response to it reveals an inner pattern. Human beings recognize themselves in the movement because psychic life also knows disappearance, darkness, recovery, and return. Miller's creation fantasy begins to participate in this structure. The singer who originally attracted her becomes connected with creative sound, while sound leads toward divine generation and the emergence of light. The personal object is gradually absorbed into a symbolic figure whose significance exceeds the individual man. This transformation is crucial. Desire has not simply been hidden. Its energy has migrated into an image capable of carrying meanings that direct attraction alone could never contain. The beloved becomes creator, light bearer, and eventually something closer to a manifestation of psychic power itself. Jung follows these transformations through religious and mythological parallels because similar images repeatedly gather around the same psychological tensions. Divine figures are born with solar attributes. Heroes carry fire or radiance. Gods descend and return. Creative words produce worlds. The masculine principle can appear as father, lover, son, creator, or luminous being. Such figures differ historically, but their symbolic proximity suggests that imagination repeatedly uses the same elementary relations to represent the emergence, loss, and renewal of psychic energy. The process becomes especially revealing when the image of God is considered. A divine creator appears to consciousness as an external and supreme power, yet the fantasy producing that figure arises within the psyche. Jung does not therefore reduce God to a conscious invention. The point is almost the opposite. Religious imagery demonstrates how autonomous psychic contents can confront the individual with an authority far greater than the conscious ego. The image feels external because the force represented by it is genuinely beyond voluntary control. Consciousness encounters an inner event as though it had come from elsewhere. This helps explain why symbolic figures so easily acquire overwhelming emotional intensity. A person may believe that fascination belongs entirely to another individual, while much of the energy experienced in that relationship has been supplied by unconscious expectation. The other becomes the carrier of something larger. Miller's singer is significant not only because of who he is, but because of what her psyche can place upon him. His actual personality recedes as the symbolic image grows. The stronger the projection becomes, the more difficult it is to distinguish the person from the psychic drama organized around him. There is an irony here that Jung repeatedly exposes. Consciousness imagines itself responding to the world, while it may actually be responding to its own invisible history projected onto the world. Attraction can therefore become a bridge between present experience and archaic material. The individual meets someone new, yet the emotional configuration surrounding that encounter may be ancient. Father, creator, hero, divine lover, and solar figure begin to overlap, not because consciousness deliberately confuses them, but because they occupy related positions within the symbolic organization of desire. The creation hymn thus reveals an important transformation. The energy that might have moved directly toward relationship has been diverted into fantasy. This diversion does not make the fantasy meaningless. On the contrary, it makes the symbolic production extraordinarily rich. Yet richness carries a danger. Symbolic creation can substitute for actual creation. An inner drama can become so compelling that it absorbs the energy required for engagement with reality. The person experiences intensity, revelation, and imaginative expansion while remaining externally unchanged. Jung sees this possibility in Miller's increasing introversion. During the voyage, ordinary reality loses some of its immediacy while inner impressions become unusually vivid. The sea journey itself provides an almost perfect environment for this shift. Familiar social coordinates disappear. The traveler exists between places, suspended between departure and arrival. The horizon surrounds her, daily routines weaken, and the psyche gains room to elaborate impressions that might otherwise have been interrupted by practical demands. What appears geographically as transit becomes psychologically a withdrawal from the ordinary world. The sea carries its own symbolic gravity. It is vast, unstable, difficult to divide into fixed territories, and capable of concealing what lies beneath its surface. For an imagination already moving inward, it becomes a natural image for the undifferentiated depths from which forms emerge. Miller does not need consciously to assign this meaning to the ocean. The symbolic relation becomes effective because the external situation and the internal movement correspond. Her voyage across water accompanies a movement away from directed reality and toward the generative obscurity of fantasy. From this perspective, creation begins in darkness because consciousness does not initially know what is being created. The emerging image announces itself before its significance becomes clear. Miller can write the poem, identify literary sources, and marvel at its spontaneous character without recognizing the psychological movement that produced it. The unconscious has already organized the material, while the conscious personality remains behind the event. This temporal difference gives fantasy its prophetic appearance. It can represent a development before the individual has acquired the concepts needed to understand it. The perspective quality of the image becomes especially important here. If Miller's fantasy were only a disguised recollection of childhood attachment, its movement would be entirely backward. Yet the creator image also points towards separation from the childhood world. The masculine figure carries both the familiar authority of the father and the unfamiliar possibility of an adult relation beyond the family. The same symbol therefore binds regression and development together. Psychic energy returns to an older form precisely because that form provides the material through which a new direction can be imagined. This paradox prevents Jung's analysis from becoming a simple story of repression. The past is not merely an obstacle that must be discarded. It supplies the symbolic vocabulary through which transformation becomes possible. The problem arises when the individual remains captured by the image instead of passing through it. A father image may mediate the movement toward a new relationship, but it can also prevent the new person from ever being perceived independently. A religious image may carry creative energy forward, but it can also remove that energy from concrete life. Symbols open passages, yet they can become enclosures. Miller's fantasy stands precisely at this uncertain threshold. Its imagery announces creation with extraordinary confidence, but the psychological situation beneath it remains unresolved. The hymn celebrates emergence while the person who produced it is still struggling to convert inner possibility into outward movement. That contradiction gives the material its tension. The psyche has already imagined transformation. Conscious life has not yet followed. The solar symbolism makes this discrepancy impossible to ignore. Sunrise is not merely brightness. It is brightness after descent. Renewal presupposes a movement through darkness, and creation presupposes the dissolution of an earlier condition. The symbolic sequence, therefore, begins to suggest that genuine transformation will demand more than inspiration. Something established must lose its authority so that another organization of psychic life can appear. At this point, Miller's poetic imagery starts to reveal its deeper architecture. The singer, creator, father, divine figure, and son are no longer separate associations gathered around an accidental poem. They form a chain through which psychic energy is being translated from personal attraction into symbolic drama. Each transformation increases the distance from the original event while exposing more of its underlying structure. The apparently private fantasy begins to resemble mythology because the conflict itself has reached a level where private language is no longer sufficient. What initially looked like an extravagant response to a fleeting attraction now appears as evidence of a larger movement. Desire has awakened something that cannot remain merely desire. It has activated inherited images of generation, divinity, light, and renewal. The question is no longer why Miller wrote a creation poem. The more consequential question is what must happen when the psyche imagines a new world before the conscious personality is prepared to inhabit it. When fantasy becomes fate, the solar imagery has carried Miller's fantasy toward creation, but Jung's analysis does not allow the movement to remain in the heavens. The same psychic energy that appears as light, divine power, and cosmic beginning must eventually reveal its relation to the body, to desire, and to the ordinary conditions from which the fantasy arose. This return is essential. A symbol becomes psychologically interesting precisely because it can unite meanings that consciousness prefers to keep apart. The sacred and the erotic, the cosmic and the personal, the ancient and the immediate can inhabit the same image without canceling one another. This is why Jung repeatedly resists explanations that stop after discovering a sexual source. The erotic impression surrounding Miller's Singer matters, and the associations gathered around masculine creative power make that influence difficult to dismiss. Yet identifying desire does not explain why desire assumes the form of creation. The transformation itself demands attention. Psychic energy has entered a symbolic process, and the form taken by that process reveals something about the direction, conflict, and possibilities of the personality. The question is not merely what lies behind the image. It is also what the image is trying to become. Miller's memories make this double direction especially clear. Childhood religious impressions return beside recent attraction, and an old fascination with the idea of spontaneous creation becomes newly charged. The past supplies the language, while the present supplies urgency. Her fantasy consequently appears to reach backward into established images at the same moment that it reaches forward toward a development she cannot yet formulate. This is one of the central tensions in Jung's reading. Regression and creation are not always opposites. A return to archaic material can become the condition through which new psychic organization first becomes imaginable. The danger lies in mistaking symbolic movement for completed transformation. Miller can produce images of extraordinary expansion while remaining personally unable to enact what they imply. Fantasy can anticipate life, but it can also replace it. The distinction depends upon what happens to the energy invested in the image. If it returns to consciousness with greater differentiation, the fantasy may contribute to development. If it remains enclosed within symbolic elaboration, the person may become increasingly detached from the demands that originally generated the conflict. Inner creation then becomes a substitute world. This possibility becomes more visible as Jung considers the relation between fantasy and psychological withdrawal. When adaptation becomes difficult, energy can retreat from external objects and intensify internal images. The world outside loses some of its compelling force, while the world within becomes unusually animated. Memories acquire immediacy. Associations multiply. Figures from literature and religion begin to feel personally significant. The psyche seems productive, even inspired, but its abundance may conceal a failure of relationship with reality. The very brilliance of fantasy can therefore signal a problem that consciousness has not recognized. Miller's suggestibility belongs to this pattern. Her capacity for identification allows impressions to penetrate deeply, sometimes with almost bodily force. She does not merely observe a performance or encounter a personality. She can enter the emotional configuration and experience it from within. This permeability makes cultural material psychologically active. Cyrano, Christian, Job, religious creation, remembered sermons, and the singer are not stored as separate references. They become available to one another through emotional resemblance. The unconscious treats them less as historical objects than as forms capable of carrying the same conflict. The figure of Job is particularly revealing. His suffering introduces the experience of being attacked by forces whose meaning remains obscure. He loses security, encounters incomprehensible adversity, and struggles to preserve a relation to a divine order that appears to have turned against him. Miller's attraction to this material resonates with her other identifications with misunderstood or suffering figures. The pattern suggests more than literary preference. It organizes an attitude in which the individual experiences herself as innocent before forces that seem to arrive from elsewhere. The pattern matters because the psyche is not merely decorating experience after the fact. It is organizing experience while consciousness remains uncertain about what has occurred. The symbolic image becomes a provisional structure, holding emotional forces together until their deeper relation can finally clearly emerge. The return of myth. What begins in Miller as private fantasy gradually exposes a problem that extends beyond one personality. Modern consciousness likes to imagine that myth belongs to an earlier stage of civilization, preserved in religion, literature, and historical memory after losing its original authority. Jung's investigation suggests something more unsettling. Myth has not disappeared because the psychological activity that produced it has not disappeared. Its images continue to emerge whenever directed consciousness loosens and psychic energy begins organizing experience through association, personification, analogy, and symbolic transformation. The difference between ancient and modern people therefore lies partly in where these images are located. Earlier cultures could encounter psychic powers in gods, spirits, celestial bodies, sacred animals, and animated landscapes. Modern consciousness withdraws much of that animation from the external world. Nature becomes increasingly objective, measurable, and impersonal. Yet the imaginative energy once projected into the cosmos does not simply cease to exist. It returns through dreams, fantasies, emotional identifications, religious experiences, artistic productions, and the irrational intensity with which individuals can invest other people. Miller's fantasies demonstrate this continuity on a small scale. A personal attraction becomes entangled with creation, divine power, stars, light, fire, and inherited religious imagery. Her psyche does spontaneously what mythological consciousness did collectively. It enlarges an immediate human event until it participates in a cosmic structure. The singer is no longer only a man. He becomes the carrier of a masculine creative force whose symbolic ancestry reaches far beyond Miller's biography. The modern individual discovers an ancient drama inside an apparently contemporary experience. This helps explain why cultural images can exert such disproportionate power. A poem, religious figure, theatrical character, or myth can suddenly become charged because it offers form to something that has not yet found adequate expression in personal language. Culture becomes a reservoir of symbolic possibilities. The individual encounters an old image and experiences it as strangely intimate, not because history is being consciously repeated, but because the image corresponds to a living psychological configuration. The past becomes present through recognition before conscious understanding has occurred. Jung's distinction between directed and fantasy, thinking therefore, carries cultural consequences. Civilization depends upon directed thought because shared reality requires precision, continuity, and communicable concepts. Yet a culture that identifies consciousness exclusively with this achievement risks misunderstanding the psychic foundation beneath it. The archaic mind does not vanish when rationality develops. It becomes less visible. Under pressure, fatigue, desire, fear, illness, artistic absorption, or dreams, its characteristic forms can return with remarkable force. The return is not necessarily pathological. Mythic imagination can generate art, religious meaning, intellectual discovery, and forms through which otherwise inexpressible experience becomes thinkable. The danger appears when symbolic material is either dismissed as meaningless or accepted without differentiation as literal reality. In one direction, consciousness impoverishes itself by refusing the unconscious. In the other, consciousness risks being absorbed by it. The symbol occupies the difficult territory between these extremes because it gives form to something psychologically real without reducing that reality to a concrete statement. This is why Miller matters beyond her individual story. Her fantasies expose the fragile border separating modern rational identity from the older symbolic processes still operating underneath it. The same mind that calculates, plans, communicates, and adapts can suddenly produce gods, heroes, cosmic births, and ancient emotional configurations. Civilization may alter the surface upon which these images appear, but it does not eliminate their source. Beneath the modern vocabulary, the myth-making psyche remains active, waiting for an experience powerful enough to give its forgotten language another voice. At the edge of transformation, the first movement of Miller's fantasies ends without resolving the tension that produced them. That absence is important. Jung has followed a seemingly spontaneous poem backward through personal memory, erotic attraction, religious imagery, literary identification, and archaic forms of thought. Yet the investigation does not reveal a single hidden cause waiting beneath them all. Instead, it reveals a psyche transforming experience as it receives it. An impression enters consciousness, awakens older associations, gathers emotional energy, and returns in a form larger than the event itself. What looked like inspiration has become evidence of an inner process already moving beyond conscious intention. The Song of the Moth makes this movement darker. Miller recalls a poem in which a moth, fascinated by light, flies toward the flame and is destroyed by the very object of its attraction. The image carries a different atmosphere from the triumphant emergence of sound, light, and love in the hymn of creation. Light is still present, but its meaning has changed. What previously appeared as illumination and generation now possesses danger. Attraction contains the possibility of annihilation. Desire no longer points simply toward union or creation. It also carries the possibility that the one who desires may be consumed. Jung recognizes that this image belongs to a symbolic family far older than Miller's personal associations. The creature drawn helplessly toward destructive light condenses fascination, surrender, longing, and death into one movement. Its power comes from the contradiction. The moth seeks what destroys it. The desired object promises fulfillment while simultaneously threatening the integrity of the subject. This is not merely a poetic ornament attached to romantic feeling. It exposes the ambivalence already concealed within Miller's earlier imagery, where creative expansion had emerged from an attraction that could not be consciously integrated. The sequence now becomes more legible. The singer awakened an emotional charge. That charge expanded into cosmic creation. The creative image then gave way to a figure of fatal attraction. The progression suggests that the unconscious is not celebrating desire without reservation. It is displaying the consequences of a psychic movement in which fascination grows stronger while conscious participation remains weak. Miller can observe the images, record them, and search for their literary sources, but the deeper conflict continues independently. Her fantasy becomes increasingly dramatic because the energy within it has not yet found an adequate relation to lived reality. This is where the distinction between symbol and symptom becomes especially delicate. The fantasy is meaningful because it contains possibilities consciousness has not recognized. Yet the same fantasy can reveal a dangerous withdrawal if symbolic experience continually replaces action. An image may open a path toward transformation, but it cannot walk that path for the individual. The moth therefore introduces a warning into the symbolic sequence. Psychic energy seeking an object can become fascinated by its own projection, moving toward an imagined source of completion until the distinction between inner image and outer reality begins to collapse. The first part of Jung's investigation consequently ends at a threshold rather than a destination. Directed thought has been contrasted with fantasy thinking. Personal memory has opened into mythological association. Erotic attraction has become creation symbolism, and creation symbolism has revealed an undertone of sacrifice and destruction. Each movement has enlarged the original problem. The psyche does not merely conceal forbidden wishes. It converts energy into images, and those images can reveal both the history from which a person emerges and the future toward which that person is unconsciously moving. What remains unresolved is the nature of the energy itself. If desire can become religion, if attraction can become solar creation, if memory can become mythology, and if illumination can suddenly become destructive fire, then psychology requires a concept capable of explaining how one psychic force assumes such radically different forms. The fantasies have brought Jung to that question. The next movement must leave the images momentarily behind and examine the power moving through them. Before transformation can be understood, the transforming energy must be named. Miller is no longer merely an individual case. Her material exposes a problem. Images change, meanings expand, and symbols cross centuries, yet something persists through every transformation. Jung now turns toward that continuity. The transformation of libido. The second movement begins by returning to the sun, but the image has changed. Earlier, sunlight appeared as an object of longing, a distant source toward which fantasy could rise. Now Jung turns the symbol inward. The sun becomes an image of the force that animates psychic life itself, creative and destructive, nourishing and scorching, capable of producing order while remaining morally indifferent to what it produces. The shift is decisive because the investigation is no longer asking only what Miller's images mean. It is asking what moves through them. That question immediately unsettles any simple division between sacred imagery and bodily desire. Across religious traditions, Jung finds creative power represented through solar gods, divine persons, flames, dwarfs, phallic figures, hidden keys, and generative beings. Their forms differ dramatically, yet each gives shape to an active principle that creates, seeks, penetrates, transforms, and renews. The symbol does not behave like a coded sign with one fixed translation. It gathers meanings because the force behind it can enter different forms without being exhausted by any of them. This distinction becomes essential. A sign points toward something already known. A symbol appears where meaning remains larger than the available explanation. The more clearly consciousness can define an object, the less symbolic it becomes. But when experience touches a force whose nature cannot be fully grasped, imagination begins producing figures around it. Gods, monsters, luminous beings, sexual images, and mythical creators become attempts to give visible form to an activity that can be experienced directly while remaining difficult to describe in itself. Jung names that activity libido, but he is already moving away from the narrow meaning the word had acquired within psychoanalysis. Sexual desire is one of its most powerful expressions, perhaps the most immediately compelling, yet it cannot account for the whole range of psychic investment. Hunger, ambition, fear, religious devotion, artistic creation, attachment, curiosity, and the stubborn will to continue living all reveal forms of intensity that can migrate from one object to another. The psyche behaves less like a collection of sealed instincts than like a field in which energy changes direction. The consequences are larger than terminology. If psychic energy can shift its object, then transformation becomes more important than origin. A force may begin in one biological function and later serve another. What once belonged to nourishment can become rhythmic movement. Rhythm can enter sexuality, ritual, music, labor, speech, or fantasy. An obstacle may block one path without destroying the energy moving through it. The force retreats, searches, repeats older patterns, and sometimes emerges through a form that seems unrelated to its previous expression. This is why archaic symbols matter. They preserve traces of earlier pathways through which human energy learned to move. Fire-making, fertility rites, divine generation, sacred speech, and solar imagery are not merely curiosities left behind by primitive minds. They reveal recurring attempts to represent transformations that remain psychologically active. A flame can belong to sexuality, speech, anger, illumination, creation, and divine presence because these meanings share something more fundamental than vocabulary. They gather around experiences of activation, heat, intensity, emergence, and power. The argument therefore enters more dangerous territory. If libido is not confined to sexuality, Regression cannot be understood simply as a return to sexual wishes. When psychic movement is blocked, energy may fall backward into older forms of activity and older symbolic structures. Yet this backward movement can produce something new. The primitive form may become the material through which another adaptation is discovered. The sun now reveals its deeper function. It is no longer only the desired light above. It becomes an image of energy capable of descending into darkness, changing form, and returning transformed. The question ahead is no longer what the psyche desires. It is how desire becomes creation. That change alters the scale of the inquiry. Miller's fantasies had shown experience expanding into mythology. Mythology begins to disclose a psychology of movement. The continuity between creator, son, phallus, and divine child matters because each figure carries generative force. What appears contradictory as imagery becomes coherent as energy. The symbolic world is not a museum. It is a record of transformations that Jung must learn to follow. The force that changes its form. The movement from symbol to energy forces Jung to reconsider the meaning of libido itself. The problem begins with Freud, whose early theory had given the term a predominantly sexual definition. That definition had enormous explanatory power within neurosis, where displaced desire, repression, and substitute satisfactions repeatedly revealed the influence of sexuality. Yet another clinical territory complicated the picture. In severe disturbances of reality, particularly schizophrenia, something more comprehensive seemed to disappear. The patient did not merely withdraw erotic interest from the world. At times, the entire structure of relation to reality collapsed with it. If a person loses interest not only in sexual objects, but in people, obligations, values, surroundings, and the world as a meaningful field, then describing every withdrawn investment as sexual begins to strain the concept beyond recognition. One can preserve the old definition only by calling every form of interest secretly sexual. But that solution explains too much and therefore too little. The word ceases to distinguish anything. Jung instead asks whether libido might name the energetic value that can animate sexuality while also appearing through other instincts and activities. Libido becomes comparable to energy in the physical sciences, not because psychic life can be measured like heat or electricity, but because the energetic viewpoint emphasizes movement, quantity, transfer, intensification, and transformation. The psyche is approached through what its forces do. An activity gains intensity while another weakens. An attachment disappears and fantasy grows stronger. A blocked impulse returns through another channel. What matters is not a mysterious substance moving inside the mind, but the observable fact that psychological intensity can change its form while retaining continuity. Jung finds an analog in biological development. Sexuality itself did not appear in nature as an isolated power detached from older functions. Reproductive behavior emerged within the broader organization of life, and functions that once served reproduction could later become partially independent. Courtship displays can acquire aesthetic elaboration. Rhythmic movement can detach itself from immediate reproductive purpose. Human music cannot reasonably be reduced to mating merely because rhythm and display once participated in sexual selection. A function may carry traces of its history without remaining imprisoned by its origin. The same logic allows Jung to reinterpret development within the individual. Hunger, movement, pleasure, sexuality, curiosity, imagination, and work need not be imagined as separate reservoirs with permanently fixed contents. Psychic energy can communicate across these domains. This is why he prefers a conception broad enough to describe intentionality itself, the directed intensity through which a person seeks, avoids, creates, attaches, fears, or desires. Libido, in this sense, resembles Schopenhauer's will more than a specialized sexual appetite. It is known through its manifestations rather than encountered as an object in itself. Mythology becomes useful because human cultures had already attempted to visualize such invisible creative power. Eros, fans, the world's soul, divine fire, solar beings, and generative gods personify forces experienced subjectively before psychology possessed an energetic vocabulary. They show the imagination repeatedly giving form to a power that appears capable of creating worlds, fertilizing matter, illuminating darkness, generating thought, and binding living beings to objects of desire. The old images therefore anticipate the conceptual problem with remarkable precision. A solar deity can illuminate and burn. A creator can generate life and destruction. Eros can mean sexual longing, while also becoming a cosmological principle. Such ambiguity would be defective in a technical sign, but it is precisely what makes a symbol adequate to psychic energy. The energy itself is not moral, sexual, spiritual, or intellectual in any permanent sense. Its character becomes visible through the form it temporarily inhabits. The symbol preserves this mobility better than a definition that identifies force with one of its possible expressions. A neurosis cannot always be understood by locating one frustrated instinct and tracing every symptom back to it. The personality develops an attitude, shaped by disposition, experience, environment, and repeated adaptation. When that attitude becomes impossible, psychic energy may be forced into substitute pathways. Sexual disturbance can then appear as a secondary expression rather than the original cause. The symptom reveals where energy has gone, but not necessarily why the whole psychological system required that detour. Schizophrenia makes the distinction even sharper. When adaptation to reality deteriorates profoundly, the psyche does not simply become more sexual. Instead, the external world may be replaced by an internally generated world whose forms are strikingly archaic. Fantasies acquire mythological dimensions. Ordinary relationships disappear beneath images of cosmic persecution, divine mission, magical influence, or primordial transformation. Jung sees this not as proof that ancient myths were pathological, but as evidence that when recent adaptations collapse, psychic activity can reactivate older modes of representation. The sun, divine creator, phallus, dwarf, hidden key, and cosmic person are no longer isolated curiosities. They are forms through which creative energy has historically become imaginable. Their recurrence reflects the psyche's tendency to build analogies around emotionally charged experience. A powerful complex attracts images, names, memories, and comparisons until its personal boundaries begin to dissolve into wider symbolic patterns. That process will soon become central. If energy can leave one function and enter another, then the decisive question is how such transitions occur. Regression can no longer mean a simple retreat into the past. It may also reactivate forms capable of carrying energy toward a new solution. What appears backward can become preparatory. The psyche returns because the route forward has been blocked, and in returning it encounters possibilities consciousness had forgotten. Jung has therefore widened libido precisely so that transformation can be thought without reducing every destination to its point of origin. Sexuality remains indispensable, but it becomes one powerful organization of a more general and fundamentally mobile field of psychic energy. The next problem follows almost inevitably. If this energy can migrate, then human development itself must preserve traces of the routes it has taken. Myth, ritual, childhood behavior, and fantasy become records of those routes, and the apparently primitive act may conceal the beginning of a new psychological function. The first human transformation. Once libido is understood as mobile psychic energy, Jung can ask the question, how does energy bound to instinct become available for activities that seem far removed from instinct? Human development cannot depend upon instinct simply disappearing. Older functions remain active, but their energy can be redirected. A force that once followed an immediate biological route encounters resistance, searches for another path, and eventually becomes attached to a new activity. Culture begins where inherited energy becomes capable of transformation. Jung follows this process through analogy. A movement belonging to one function can be transferred to another when both share rhythm, posture, sensation, or emotional intensity. The new activity borrows energy from an older pattern until it acquires value of its own. What begins through resemblance can become psychologically independent. Fire making offers Jung an especially revealing example. The production of fire through rubbing, boring, and rhythmic friction resembles sexual movement closely enough for the two activities to become symbolically connected. Yet the point is not that fire making secretly represents intercourse. The important event is the transfer itself. A deeply established bodily pattern lends energy to an activity that serves a radically different purpose. Through that detour, libido becomes available for a cultural achievement that changes the conditions of human existence. Rhythm reveals the same mechanism on a wider scale. Sexual activity is rhythmic, but rhythm also organizes labor, dance, ritual, music, chanting, and collective movement. Once detached from its original biological setting, repeated movement can intensify effort and bind individuals into shared activity. The older pattern survives inside the newer function without determining its final meaning. Music may inherit energy from bodily rhythm, but music becomes something more than the history from which its intensity emerged. This is why Jung refuses to treat transformation as disguise. If every cultural form were merely concealed sexuality, development would become an illusion. Instead, libido changes its mode of expression. The continuity lies in energy, not in purpose. A later function can preserve traces of an earlier one, while creating possibilities that did not exist before. Symbolic activity becomes one of the principal mechanisms through which this transfer occurs. The obstacle is crucial. Energy usually follows established pathways until adaptation becomes difficult. When the familiar route is blocked, libido may retreat toward older forms. Childhood wishes, fantasies, bodily patterns, and archaic images regain intensity. Regression therefore looks like movement backward, and sometimes it is. The person may abandon reality for an earlier mode of satisfaction and remain captured there. But Jung sees another possibility. The return can reactivate material capable of supporting a new direction. Myth repeatedly gives narrative form to this paradox. A figure descends into darkness, enters forbidden territory, suffers confinement, or confronts a power guarding something necessary for life. The backward or downward movement becomes the condition for acquisition. Fire itself is frequently imagined as something stolen, wrested from a divine possessor, or produced through difficult effort. Cultural power emerges through conflict because energy must be detached from an established organization before it can serve another one. This is the beginning of sacrifice within transformation. Psychic energy cannot remain fully invested in the old form, while simultaneously creating the new. Something must lose its previous claim. Development therefore contains deprivation as well as expansion. The familiar object, satisfaction, or dependency must surrender part of the energy that sustained it. At this point, the argument begins to approach the hero. Once transformation is understood as a struggle against resistance, mythology almost inevitably personifies that struggle. The hero carries concentrated energy into the place where ordinary adaptation fails. His strength, danger, descent, and return turn an invisible psychic process into action. He does not appear because human beings simply enjoy stories of exceptional individuals. He appears because transformation itself has the structure of conflict. The path from instinct to culture is therefore not a clean ascent. It advances through obstruction, regression, analogy, and renewed direction. Fire, rhythm, symbol, and myth preserve traces of this movement. Human beings do not become cultural by escaping nature. They reorganize its energies. The hero is about to become the image of that reorganization, the figure through whom libido acquires a body, a struggle, and a destiny. The birth of the hero. The transformation of libido becomes more vivid when Jung turns to the hero. What had appeared through fire, rhythm, and cultural activity now assumes a human form. The hero is not simply an exceptional individual preserved by legend. He personifies psychic energy struggling toward a new adaptation. Birth, journey, combat, descent, and return give narrative shape to movements that otherwise remain invisible within the psyche. This is why heroic figures so often carry solar qualities. The sun rises from darkness, crosses the visible world, descends, disappears, and returns. Its cycle offers an image of energy repeatedly emerging from concealment and surviving apparent extinction. When mythology gives this pattern a human face, the hero appears with similar characteristics. His birth is extraordinary, his existence threatened, his path difficult, and his survival charged with meanings larger than personal biography. Miller's fantasy moves toward this structure through Chiwantopel. Earlier images had transformed attraction into creation, light, and destructive fascination. Now psychic energy becomes personalized as a masculine figure with a voice and destiny. The change matters. What had been expressed cosmologically begins to unfold dramatically. The unconscious no longer presents only a force. It presents someone who must act. Heroic birth frequently occurs under impossible conditions. Divine ancestry, miraculous conception, abandonment, persecution, and rescue announce that something new has entered an established order that cannot easily contain it. Psychologically, the newborn hero represents an emerging direction of life. Because this possibility is not yet secure, mythology portrays it as vulnerable. Its very appearance threatens the older organization from which it has arisen. The hero therefore embodies separation. Conscious adaptation requires energy to move outward, differentiate itself from unconscious dependence, and maintain direction against the attraction of easier forms of satisfaction. Heroic strength represents this concentration of libido. The monster, persecutor, impossible task, and dangerous journey externalize resistance to that movement. Without resistance, there is no heroic drama because there is no transformation to accomplish. Yet the force pulling backward is as important as the movement forward. Regression promises a return toward an earlier condition where differentiation is reduced. This is why maternal imagery begins gathering around the hero. Mother, sea, earth, night, cave, womb, and darkness can all represent the containing origin from which differentiated life emerges and toward which exhausted energy may retreat. The solar cycle again provides the symbolic model. Sunset resembles a return into the maternal depth. Sunrise resembles rebirth. The hero must therefore do something more difficult than escape his origin. He must return toward it without remaining there. Regression becomes transformative only when the descent recovers energy for renewed emergence. Miller's situation gives this pattern its psychological urgency. Where conscious adaptation hesitates, fantasy produces a figure capable of movement. Chiwantopel can represent an emerging possibility, but his grandeur also reveals the distance between symbolic action and lived action. The unconscious can dramatize courage without making the conscious personality courageous. It can announce a task without completing it. The hero is therefore not an image of finished perfection. He is the figure of transition itself. He appears when an existing organization of life can no longer contain the energy pressing against it. His journey gives that energy direction, while his dangers reveal the persistent possibility of reversal. He moves toward independence, yet every step carries the memory of the darkness from which he emerged. Conflict is already taking shape. The depth threatening to absorb him also contains renewal. He cannot become independent by pretending that this source has vanished. He must encounter its attraction and transform the energy bound within it. Mythic adventure becomes an inner struggle over whether libido remains enclosed in an older form or emerges reorganized for life. Birth has created the hero, but it has not made him free. The origin now becomes the problem he must confront. The return toward the source. The hero's birth does not resolve the problem. It makes the problem visible. Once psychic energy has taken the form of a figure struggling toward independence, the mythology surrounding that figure begins to reveal what independence costs. The hero cannot simply move forward and leave the past behind. The force that gave him birth remains connected to the depths from which he emerged, and those depths continue to attract the energy now directed toward consciousness. For Jung, this is why the heroic path repeatedly turns toward origins. The movement appears paradoxical. Development demands separation, yet the next step often resembles regression. The hero descends, enters darkness, approaches water, confronts ancestral powers, or returns toward a maternal realm. Such images do not represent progress in the sense. They portray psychic energy withdrawing from its established adaptation and re-entering older layers where forgotten possibilities remain bound. Regression, therefore, contains two opposed possibilities. Energy can sink into earlier forms and remain there, exchanging the difficulties of reality for fantasy, dependency, and repetition. But the same descent can reactivate material that consciousness needs for further development. The difference lies in whether the returning energy becomes imprisoned by the old form or succeeds in transforming its relation to it. The hero dramatizes the second possibility because his descent must eventually become a return. This pattern clarifies the strange circumstances surrounding heroic origins. Myth often gives the hero two fathers, a human father and a divine one, or surrounds his conception with supernatural intervention. The duplication expresses uncertainty about where the new force belongs. The hero emerges within ordinary human life, yet his energy seems to originate beyond the established personality. He is familiar and foreign at once. Something has appeared within the psyche that consciousness experiences as greater than itself. The hero can consequently resemble a projection of the individual's potential. Qualities that the conscious personality cannot yet claim appear outside it in magnificent form. Courage, creative force, independence, and destiny become attributes of a mythic figure. This projection is productive while it reveals a direction toward which development may move. It becomes dangerous when admiration for the image replaces the task of integrating what the image represents. Miller's Chiwantopel occupies precisely this uncertain position. His appearance gives form to an energy-seeking movement, but his symbolic grandeur also exposes the weakness of the conscious situation around him. The fantasy performs what ordinary life has not accomplished. It creates direction where direction is lacking and heroic determination where conscious adaptation remains hesitant. The unconscious compensates through magnitude. Jung's mythological comparisons enlarge this personal drama without dissolving it. Solar heroes, divine children, miraculous births, and threatened saviors repeatedly represent an emerging psychic possibility exposed to forces that would extinguish it. Their recurrence suggests that the conflict between differentiation and regression is not peculiar to Miller. The individual fantasy touches a pattern through which cultures have imagined the difficult birth of new consciousness. Yet birth remains only the opening event. The hero must prove that the energy concentrated in his image can survive contact with the forces of origin. The mother therefore approaches the center of the symbolic drama. She is not merely the personal parent remembered from childhood. She becomes the image of containment itself, the source that nourishes life and the depth that can reclaim it. This ambivalence changes everything. The hero's enemy cannot be understood simply as an external opponent, because the deepest resistance comes from the attraction of return. What threatens development is also what once sustained existence. The coming struggle will therefore be intimate. To move forward, the hero must enter the very field from which he is trying to become free, recover the energy held there, and emerge without surrendering his formed direction. The mythic memory of transformation. The hero's emergence transforms a private psychological problem into a cultural one. Once psychic energy is represented through divine children, solar figures, fire bringers, and miraculous births, the same pattern can travel across generations without belonging to any single biography. Myth preserves these transformations because it gives communities a language for experiences that are difficult to describe directly. Human beings encounter obstruction, regression, renewed effort, and unexpected creation. Then imagine these movements as adventures performed by figures larger than ordinary life. Jung's comparison of myths, therefore, does not depend upon proving that one culture copied another. The more consequential possibility is that similar images arise because human psychic life repeatedly confronts similar problems. Fire must be obtained. Darkness must be crossed. A new power must be born. The hero must leave an established condition and survive the forces drawing him back. Different civilizations clothe these tensions in different gods and stories, yet the underlying movement remains recognizable because the psychological problem remains human. This perspective also changes the meaning of primitive imagery. Modern consciousness often treats archaic symbols as failed explanations of nature, remnants from an age before scientific knowledge. Jung sees another function within them. The mythological image translates psychic processes into visible events. The sun can become a hero because its rising and setting provide a natural drama through which emergence, decline, disappearance, and renewal can be imagined. Fire can become divine because its heat and generative power correspond to experiences of activation within the psyche. The symbol gains cultural durability precisely because it can contain several meanings without collapsing into one. Fire belongs to warmth, danger, sexuality, technology, illumination, speech, and divine presence. The sun can signify life, fatherhood, consciousness, creation, destruction, and rebirth. These meanings do not need to be artificially reconciled. Their coexistence reveals the capacity of symbolic images to gather different expressions of psychic energy around a common form. Civilization itself begins to appear as a history of such transformations. Energy once attached to immediate instinct becomes available for labor, ritual, language, art, religion, and increasingly complex forms of adaptation. Yet the older pathways remain beneath the newer ones. Cultural development does not erase archaic life. It reorganizes it. Under pressure, the newer structure can weaken, and psychic energy can return toward the symbolic forms that preceded it. This is why regression has cultural significance as well as personal significance. When established forms of meaning lose their authority, archaic images can regain extraordinary power. The phenomenon may appear in dreams and individual fantasies, but collective life can also become organized around revived symbols, heroic personalities, promises of renewal, and images of threatened rebirth. What seems ancient can suddenly become contemporary because the psychic conditions capable of producing it were never eliminated. The hero stands at the center of this continuity. He gives a recognizable face to the effort required whenever an existing order no longer provides sufficient adaptation. His greatness expresses concentrated psychic energy, but his vulnerability reveals that every new form remains threatened by the structure from which it emerged. Cultures remember him because his story converts transformation into something visible. Birth becomes emergence. Combat becomes resistance. Descent becomes regression. Return becomes renewed adaptation. Miller's fantasy, therefore, belongs simultaneously to personal psychology and the history of symbolic imagination. Chiwantopel arises from her particular conflict, Yet the form through which that conflict speaks is older than her conscious life. Her psyche reaches for heroic imagery because ordinary language cannot contain the energetic drama unfolding beneath it. The private imagination becomes mythological at the moment when personal experience touches a recurrent human structure. Jung's argument has now reversed the apparent relation between modernity and myth. Myth is not simply something civilization has survived. It remains one of the forms through which psychic transformation becomes intelligible. Beneath modern explanations, the old images continue their work, preserving the memory of how human energy leaves one world, descends toward another, and struggles to return changed. Their persistence is therefore less mysterious than it appears. Every culture must negotiate dependence and separation, inherited order and emerging possibility, security and expansion. The hero endures because these tensions endure, giving human communities an image of life pressing beyond its established form. The hero before the mother. By the end of this movement, Jung has carried the argument far beyond the question of what libido means. The concept has become dynamic. Psychic energy can change its object, abandon an established route, retreat toward older forms, and emerge through activities whose meaning cannot be reduced to their origins. Fire, rhythm, language, mythology, and heroic imagery belong to one continuous problem. They show how human beings transform inherited energies into new forms of life without ever completely escaping the structures from which those energies arose. The hero becomes the clearest image of this process because his existence is movement. He is born under extraordinary conditions, separates from an established world, encounters resistance, and carries concentrated energy toward a task that ordinary adaptation cannot accomplish. His strength is not simply physical power. It represents the capacity of psychic life to maintain a direction when an older organization is pulling it backward. Heroism begins where continuation along the familiar path is no longer possible. Yet this definition immediately exposes the hero's vulnerability. The energy that moves forward can reverse. When adaptation becomes difficult, libido retreats toward earlier possibilities, and the images accompanying that retreat often point toward childhood, dependence, darkness, enclosure, water, and origin. The heroic journey, therefore, contains regression within itself. Progress cannot be imagined as a straight line because transformation repeatedly requires a return toward material that consciousness believed it had already surpassed. This is why the solar pattern remains so important. The sun does not remain permanently at its height. It descends. Its disappearance creates the symbolic possibility that darkness is not simply the opposite of life, but the hidden region through which renewal becomes possible. The hero inherits the same structure. His emergence into consciousness cannot complete his story because the source of his energy remains below the horizon. Eventually, he must follow the descending path. Miller's fantasies now reveal their internal continuity. The singer awakened desire. Desire expanded into creation. Creation gathered around light and solar power. The moth exposed the danger concealed within fascination. Chiwantopel then gave the accumulating energy a heroic personality. What initially appeared to be a succession of unrelated poetic images increasingly resembles a single psychological movement searching for adequate form. The progression is remarkable because Miller's conscious position does not develop with equivalent force. Her unconscious produces expansion, danger, destiny, and heroic action while ordinary adaptation remains uncertain. The discrepancy gives the fantasies their urgency. Symbolic grandeur is not proof that transformation has occurred. It may reveal precisely how much transformation is still required. The hero appears because a task exists, not because the task has been completed. This distinction prevents mythology from becoming an escape into beautiful abstractions. Jung continually returns the image to the energetic situation that produced it. A hero matters because something in the psyche is trying to separate, act, and reorganize itself. A descent matters because energy has withdrawn from its previous adaptation. Rebirth matters only if what returns is capable of entering life differently. Without that renewed movement, regression remains regression, however magnificent its symbolic language becomes. The next problem, therefore, emerges naturally from the hero's origin. If he represents the force striving toward differentiation, then what is the power from which he must differentiate himself? The answer is already gathering through images of darkness, enclosure, sea, earth, birth, and return. These forms converge around the maternal realm, not merely the personal mother, but the symbolic matrix of origin itself. The hero cannot simply destroy this source because his life depends upon it, nor can he remain within it without surrendering the independence his birth announced. His task becomes paradoxical. He must return toward the origin of his energy, encounter the force that can absorb him, and somehow emerge carrying what he needs without becoming what he was. The theory of libido has therefore led directly into mythology. Energy became transformation, transformation became regression, regression produced the hero, and the hero now approaches the source from which every birth begins. The mother waits at the center of the next movement. The Great Mother in Rebirth. The hero has been born, but Jung now follows him toward the place from which every heroic life is supposed to escape. The movement is unsettling because it reverses the apparent direction of development. Instead of advancing into a wider world, the hero turns toward cities, seas, caves, trees, coffins, monsters, and enclosed spaces. Again and again, these forms gather around one psychological image. They are variations of the mother, not merely as a remembered parent, but as the original condition of containment from which conscious life emerges. Miss Miller's vision begins with a swarm of people, then horses, battle, and finally a dream city. Jung treats the city as more than scenery. Like Jerusalem, Babylon, or the heavenly city of religious imagination, it can become a maternal enclosure, a place that contains its inhabitants as a mother contains her children. The image is protective and dangerous at once. To enter the city can mean belonging, but it can also mean returning to a condition where individual boundaries weaken and the larger containing power becomes dominant. The same ambiguity appears in water. The sea gives life, receives the dying sun, and returns it at dawn. Across the myths Jung gathers, the solar hero disappears into a watery depth as though swallowed, travels through darkness, and emerges renewed. Frobenius gives this pattern an almost brutal simplicity. A hero is devoured by a sea monster in the west, makes fire inside its body, cuts himself free, and lands again in the east. Sunset becomes ingestion. Night becomes imprisonment. Sunrise becomes escape from the womb of death. This is the central contradiction of rebirth. The hero must return to what threatens to undo his independence. The mother is the source of life, yet a return to her can signify the surrender of the differentiated personality. Jung finds the conflict expressed through the incest prohibition. The forbidden desire is not important only as literal sexuality. It blocks the easiest route backward. By preventing a simple return to the mother, the prohibition forces psychic energy to seek another passage, one capable of turning regression into transformation. The symbolic imagination responds with extraordinary inventiveness. Mother becomes city, water, tree, ark, chest, cave, church, animal, and monster. The forms change because the underlying problem cannot be represented adequately by one concrete figure. A symbol gathers the force of an experience that exceeds its visible carrier. When the sea is maternal, it is not claiming that water is literally a mother. It gives form to the experience of entering an engulfing origin from which life may either disappear or be born again. The tree intensifies this paradox. It nourishes, shelters, bears fruit, and links earth with height, but it also becomes a place of death. Osiris rests within the tree that grows around his coffin. Attis, Marsyas, Odin, and Christ become associated with trees, hanging, sacrifice, or renewal. The tree of life and the tree of death begin to overlap. What sustains existence also becomes the structure upon which an older form of existence must perish. At this point, the heroic struggle changes its meaning. The monster is no longer simply an enemy waiting outside. The dragon, whale, serpent, devouring fish, or terrible mother represents the regressive force that draws libido back toward unconscious containment. To be swallowed is to lose the position consciousness had won. Yet the myths insist that the descent cannot simply be avoided. The hero enters the monster because renewal requires contact with the very depth that threatens him. This is where the previous movement now becomes clearer. The hero was never defined merely by forward motion. His decisive task is to descend without remaining below, to return toward origin without dissolving into it. Rebirth demands an encounter with the mother, but not a restoration of childhood. Something must die inside the enclosure so that another organization of psychic life can emerge. The maternal image, therefore, becomes both destination and ordeal. What once offered protection now tests whether consciousness can recover energy from its origins without surrendering the independence that made development possible. Jung has reached the dark center of transformation. Birth alone created separation. Rebirth will require the hero to survive his return. The architecture of rebirth. The movement into maternal symbolism begins with a difficulty. The unconscious rarely presents psychological processes in abstract language. It gives them bodies, landscapes, structures, animals, and stories. Miss Miller sees a city after the battle, and Jung recognizes a pattern beyond her fantasy. Cities have repeatedly been imagined as women, mothers, virgins, brides, and harlots. Their walls contain a population, as the maternal body contains life. Geography becomes an image of psychic enclosure. Jerusalem and Babylon reveal the two sides of this image. One city can appear as the heavenly mother, promising belonging and renewal. Another becomes the corrupt mother, intoxicating those who enter her domain. These are not separate symbols accidentally sharing a feminine form. They reveal an ambivalence within the maternal image itself. The same power can protect and imprison, nourish and absorb. The psychological question is what happens to consciousness when it approaches the containing source from which it emerged. Jung finds the same structure between land and ruler. The king can be symbolically married to the soil, while fertility becomes inseparable from the union between masculine power and feminine earth. Similar imagery appears in the chest, basket, ark, and vessel. Each encloses something precious and carries it through danger. Their form resembles a womb, and the hero placed inside enters a symbolic condition of gestation. The container protects him by removing him from ordinary life. Water deepens the pattern because its maternal character is inexhaustible. The sea receives the setting sun and appears to give birth to it in the morning. The hero swallowed by a sea monster repeats this movement. He disappears into living darkness, remains enclosed during a dangerous passage, and escapes into renewed existence. The journey can be described as death, but its structure is also pregnancy. The monster that devours becomes the body containing the possibility of rebirth. Jung refuses to reduce these images to one fixed interpretation. Mother, water, city, tree, cave, vessel, and animal are not interchangeable because they denote one concrete object. Their connection lies deeper. Each can carry libido toward an unconscious source. The symbol is alive because its meaning exceeds the thing representing it. Once translated into a single literal definition, its psychological range collapses. The incest prohibition enters at exactly this point. If regression naturally draws psychic energy toward the maternal condition, then the prohibition blocks a direct return. For Jung, this obstruction becomes culturally productive. Energy that cannot simply restore the earlier bond must discover another route. The mother image is displaced into symbolic forms, and the forbidden backward movement becomes capable of producing religious, imaginative, and cultural structures. The obstacle does not merely suppress desire. It forces desire to transform. Rebirth myths preserve the result. A person cannot literally return to the womb and be born again, yet imagination constructs situations in which such movement becomes possible. Water can replace the womb. Spirit can replace physical generation. A religious community can become a new family. Impossibility becomes the condition for symbolic invention. Jung sees this in the conversation between Jesus and Nicodemus, where literal understanding of second birth gives way to transformation through water and spirit. The importance of this shift extends beyond religion. Jung argues that symbolic forms provide channels through which instinctive energy can move when satisfaction is blocked. Without them, psychic life risks becoming trapped between prohibition and regressive longing. Symbols create gradients. They attract energy toward forms that can reorganize it. Their power does not come merely from conscious invention, because enduring images recur with a force that seems older than the individual. Here Jung approaches the archetypal dimension of the problem. Certain images possess an autonomy that distinguishes them from ordinary ideas. They seize attention, gather emotion, and appear with a compelling sense of significance. Gods and heroes can therefore be understood psychologically as personified forces that consciousness experiences as partly independent. Their apparent personality reflects the way complexes and deeper inherited patterns can confront the conscious mind as though they possessed intentions of their own. The tree becomes one of the richest expressions of this structure. It rises from the earth, bears fruit, shelters life, and connects depths with height. At the same time, mythology repeatedly makes it the site of enclosure, sacrifice, hanging, death, and rebirth. Osiris is enclosed in a chest that becomes incorporated into a tree. Other divine figures are suspended from trees or identified with them. Christianity inherits the pattern when the instrument of execution becomes the tree of life. The contradiction is essential. Transformation does not occur by preserving life exactly as it was. The old organization must encounter a form of death. Yet the place of death is also the place where renewed life becomes imaginable. The maternal tree, therefore, contains the same double movement as the sea and city. It receives, encloses, threatens, and regenerates. By following these images across cultures, Jung is not wandering away from Miller's fantasy. He is constructing the psychological field in which her images become intelligible. Her city belongs to a larger family of maternal enclosures. The forces gathering around the hero are beginning to reveal the true nature of his ordeal. He must confront not one personal memory, but a pattern in which origin itself becomes magnetic. The hero's danger is now sharper. Regression promises relief from separation, responsibility, and conscious effort. It offers the fantasy of returning to a state where conflict disappears because individuality itself has been surrendered. But the same descent can become necessary when consciousness has exhausted its existing form. The decisive question is whether the hero is swallowed permanently, or whether he can transform enclosure into passage. That distinction prepares the violence to come. The maternal depth will soon cease to appear only as city, sea, vessel, and tree. It will acquire teeth, coils, jaws, poison, and monstrous form. What nourished life will become the force that threatens to devour it. The hero will then have to discover why the road toward rebirth passes directly through the image of destruction. The devouring mother. The maternal realm becomes more threatening when its protective forms begin to reveal another face. City, vessel, tree, cave, and sea can shelter what enters them, but enclosure always contains the possibility of imprisonment. The womb that generates life can become the depth that refuses to release it. Jung therefore follows maternal symbolism toward monsters, serpents, dragons, whales, and devouring creatures. The imagery changes, but the psychological movement remains the same. Libido is being drawn back toward the unconscious source. This is the realm of the terrible mother. Her destructive aspect should not be separated too sharply from the nourishing one, because both belong to the same symbolic structure. What protects the dependent child becomes dangerous when development demands separation. The maternal enclosure is benevolent while it sustains emerging life. It becomes destructive when the individual must leave it, but remains psychologically bound to its security. Myth turns this conflict into devouring. The hero is swallowed by a monster or imprisoned inside a gigantic creature. The image represents regression with extraordinary precision. Conscious life disappears into a larger unconscious body. Individual direction is suspended. The hero returns symbolically to a prenatal condition, enclosed within darkness and cut off from the ordinary world. Yet the swallowed hero does not merely wait for rescue. In the myths Jung examines, he often becomes active inside the monster. He produces fire, wounds the creature, cuts an opening, or otherwise creates the conditions of escape. This detail distinguishes transformative regression from simple collapse. The hero enters the unconscious, but preserves enough directed energy to act within it. The womb becomes a place of renewed creation rather than permanent dissolution. The incest problem acquires its deeper meaning here. Regression seeks the mother because she symbolizes the original condition of psychic containment. But a literal return would destroy the independence achieved through development. The incest barrier therefore forces the regressive movement into symbolic transformation. Libido cannot simply recover childhood. It must pass through the maternal image and emerge differently organized. This explains why death and rebirth become almost inseparable. To return to the maternal source is to surrender the existing form of consciousness. Myth represents that surrender as swallowing, burial, dismemberment, descent, or sacrifice. But because the old form disappears inside a generative enclosure, death simultaneously becomes gestation. The tomb resembles the womb because both contain a body withdrawn from the visible world. Osiris makes the connection particularly vivid. His coffin becomes enclosed within a tree, bringing together death, maternal containment, vegetation, and regeneration. The tree grows around the dead god as though nature were absorbing him into another body. What appears to be burial also prepares renewed existence. The image refuses the distinction between destruction and creation that ordinary consciousness would prefer to maintain. The same ambiguity appears in the serpent. It threatens, constricts, poisons, and devours, yet its shedding skin makes it an ancient image of renewal. The destructive animal can therefore carry the possibility of transformation within its frightening form. Jung's symbolic field repeatedly produces this reversal. The power that threatens consciousness also guards the energy necessary for its renewal. The hero must consequently approach what consciousness instinctively avoids. His task is not to eliminate regression, but to survive it consciously enough that its energy can be transformed. He descends because something needed for further life remains below. The terrible mother guards that depth precisely because returning to origins always risks losing the differentiation already achieved. The monster's jaws therefore mark a psychological threshold. Beyond them, ordinary adaptation no longer governs the journey. The hero enters the archaic world from which consciousness once emerged. Whether the descent becomes death or rebirth now depends upon his ability to find a new source of movement inside the darkness. The Tree of Death and Rebirth. The symbolism of rebirth becomes more complex when Jung turns from the devouring mother to the images that promise life inside death. The hero does not enter darkness merely to escape from it. Something must happen there. This is why womb and tomb repeatedly converge. Both remove a body from the visible world, enclose it, and make its next appearance uncertain. Jung finds this structure in the widespread symbolism of the tree. A tree is rooted in darkness while extending upward toward light. It nourishes, bears fruit, shelters, and renews itself, yet myths also associate it with hanging, sacrifice, enclosure, and death. Osiris enters a chest that becomes enclosed within a growing tree. The dead god is therefore held inside a living organism. Death has not simply interrupted life. It has been absorbed into a form whose nature is growth. The Christian cross inherits this paradox. An instrument of execution becomes a tree of life. Christ hangs upon it and dies, yet the same image becomes the sign of salvation and renewed existence. Jung places this symbolism beside older traditions because the psychological pattern exceeds any single doctrine. Transformation repeatedly requires an image capable of holding opposites together: destruction and fertility, suffering and generation, burial and birth. Maternal symbolism makes this conjunction possible. The mother gives life, receives life back, and can therefore appear as both beginning and end. Earth receives the dead, just as the womb receives the unborn. Water can drown while also generating life. The tree can become coffin and source of fruit. The serpent can kill and renew itself. The unconscious joins what consciousness divides. The incest motif belongs to the same architecture. The hero's return toward the mother is forbidden because a literal restoration of the original condition would cancel differentiation. Yet libido continues to seek the source. The prohibition forces the movement to become indirect. Instead of returning biologically, the hero enters symbolic equivalents of the mother and undergoes a transformation there. What cannot happen literally becomes possible psychologically through myth. Jung connects this process with religious rebirth. The person seeking renewal does not physically re-enter the maternal body. Water, spirit, sacred enclosure, initiation, or symbolic death performs the function. The old personality is treated as though it must disappear before another relation to life can emerge. Symbolism creates a channel through which regressive energy can serve development rather than simply restoring an earlier state. This helps explain why the hero's descent is so often accompanied by danger. The unconscious is not automatically regenerative. Regression can remain regression. The person may become fascinated by archaic images, dependencies, fantasies, and never recover a direction toward reality. Rebirth is therefore an achievement, not the inevitable consequence of descent. The hero must preserve or rediscover a principle of movement within the enclosure. Miller's visions bring this symbolic field back toward the individual case. Her imagery moves toward water, openings, cliffs, and passages whose meanings Jung connects with the same maternal and rebirth motifs traced through mythology. Her unconscious seems to be approaching a threshold. The images suggest movement toward dissolution and renewed emergence, but they do not demonstrate that the corresponding psychological transformation has occurred. That distinction remains decisive. A psyche can produce symbols of rebirth while the conscious personality continues to resist the change they imply. The symbol announces a possibility and concentrates energy around it. It cannot guarantee that the possibility will become life. Its meaning lies precisely in holding both possibilities together. The hero therefore stands between two births. The first separated him from the source. The second requires him to return consciously to that source, endure the loss of his established form, and emerge without surrendering the differentiation already won. Rebirth is not repetition of birth. It is birth transformed by an encounter with death. The passage through the mother. The maternal symbolism reaches its point when Jung asks what the hero seeks by returning toward the source. Regression seems to move backward, toward dependence and unconsciousness, yet myth repeatedly presents the descent as the road to something indispensable. The hero enters the maternal depth because the energy required for further development has become bound there. His task is not escape alone. He must recover what regression has activated and carry it into a new form of life. This is why the mother appears as treasure and danger. The unconscious contains possibilities excluded by the conscious attitude, but approaching them weakens the structures through which the individual ordinarily maintains identity. The depth that offers renewal can dissolve differentiation. Myth expresses this ambivalence through guarded treasures, monsters, sacred vessels, dangerous waters, and figures who both nourish and destroy. What the hero needs cannot be obtained without approaching what threatens him. Jung's discussion of the mother image consequently extends beyond personal memory. The personal mother can become the first carrier of the symbolism because childhood dependence gives her psychic significance. Yet fantasy can enlarge that significance until mother becomes earth, water, city, tree, church, matter, night, or the world itself. The expansion indicates that the image has moved beyond recollection toward a pattern of origin, containment, and return. The image of the soul becomes important within this field. Jung connects soul symbolism with the maternal image because both can represent a psychic reality that confronts consciousness as something partly autonomous. What appears outwardly as fascination with a woman, goddess, or maternal figure may carry a relation to the individual's own unconscious life. Projection gives an inner power and external face, allowing the person to encounter what cannot yet be recognized as belonging within. The cross gathers these themes into a concentrated symbol. Its intersection suggests union, while its associations join tree, death, sacrifice, life, and renewal. Jung follows parallels in which the cross carries maternal and generative meanings, including the crux ansata as a sign of life and fruitfulness. The instrument upon which the divine sun dies becomes the place through which renewed life is produced. Mother of death and mother of life converge around the same event. This conjunction reveals why rebirth cannot be understood as preservation. The old relation to life must end. Myth imagines that ending through sacrifice, descent, enclosure, or death because transformation requires libido to abandon an established organization. What returns is continuous with what entered the darkness, yet it is no longer arranged in the same way. The hero survives by becoming different. Jung finally returns to Miller's visions. A bay of purple water appears, followed by images that suggest opening, passage, and a movement toward an uncertain beyond. The bay belongs to the maternal symbolism, water enclosed by land, a receptive depth that can become both destination and threshold. Jung's associations reinforce the imagery of womb, pocket, hollow, and opening. The vision recalls the longing for immortality. Like the sun moving toward the western sea, the hero approaches a passage whose promise of renewal cannot be separated from death. Miller's imagery places her near this boundary. The fantasy points toward transformation, but the image cannot perform the transformation for her. A perpendicular cliff closes the sequence with abruptness. Movement meets an obstacle. The promised passage has become difficult, by means. The image prepares the next phase of Jung's argument because rebirth now requires conflict. The maternal realm has been recognized as source, enclosure, danger, and possibility. What remains is the struggle to break free from its hold. The threshold now demands action rather than further contemplation. The hero has entered the mother and discovered that renewal lies within the depth that threatens dissolution. The task is no longer to understand the mother. It is to fight for deliverance from her. The cultural memory of rebirth. The symbolic journey through the mother is not only an individual drama. Jung treats its recurrence across religions and mythologies as evidence that cultures repeatedly face the same psychological problem: How can human beings separate from the conditions that produce them without severing themselves from the sources of psychic renewal? The answers differ in imagery, but again and again they organize themselves around birth, enclosure, descent, death, and return. This is why maternal symbolism expands so easily beyond the personal mother. Cities become mothers because they surround and contain their inhabitants. Earth becomes maternal because life grows from it and returns to it in death. Water generates, receives, dissolves, and renews. Trees unite roots hidden below with branches rising toward light. Caves, vessels, chests, and animals become containers in which life disappears before appearing again. The symbolic imagination recognizes a common structure across otherwise different things. Religious traditions give this structure collective form. Rebirth can occur through water and spirit because symbolic transformation replaces the impossible fantasy of literal return to the womb. Sacred rites create an experience in which an old condition can be relinquished and another one assumed. The biological image remains present, but culture redirects its meaning. Regression toward origin becomes a model for spiritual renewal, rather than an instruction to restore childhood dependence. Jung's discussion of the incest barrier is crucial here. Prohibition does more than prevent a forbidden act. Psychologically, it obstructs the direct backward movement of libido and thereby creates pressure for symbolic transformation. Energy seeking the maternal source must discover another route. Myth and religion become cultural channels through which the impossible return can be enacted in altered form. What instinct cannot obtain literally becomes available as symbol, ritual, and psychic experience. The tree illustrates how completely culture can preserve this transformation. Across the material Jung gathers, trees become places of generation, enclosure, sacrifice, execution, and resurrection. Osiris is contained within a tree. Divine and heroic figures become attached to trees. The Christian cross can become the tree of life. These traditions preserve an extraordinary paradox. The place where life is surrendered becomes the place where renewed life is imagined. Such symbols endure because they refuse simple distinctions. The maternal realm is neither good nor evil. It nourishes and devours. Water saves and drowns. The tree bears fruit and becomes an instrument of death. The serpent threatens life while carrying associations of renewal. Jung's comparative method repeatedly exposes this doubleness because psychic transformation itself contains both tendencies. Development requires the loss of an established condition while seeking the possibility concealed beyond that loss. The hero gives narrative shape to this cultural memory. He is swallowed, buried, enclosed, or sent into darkness because communities imagine transformation through a temporary disappearance from ordinary existence. His return confirms that descent need not end in dissolution. Yet the myths never make the passage harmless. Monsters guard it because regression is genuinely dangerous. The person who enters the unconscious may recover new energy, but may also surrender differentiation and remain captured by older forms. Miller's visions show how these collective patterns can reappear without deliberate mythological invention. Her images of city, water, enclosure, and passage participate in symbolic structures whose history extends far beyond her personal experience. The significance lies not in proving that she consciously borrowed them. Her fantasy becomes culturally revealing because private psychic conflict spontaneously organizes itself through forms already familiar from myth and religion. Jung therefore turns mythology into evidence about the continuity of psychic life. Modern people may no longer explain the world through gods, sacred trees, sea monsters, or miraculous rebirths, but the psychological tensions represented by those images persist. Separation still carries longing for return. Development still demands sacrifice. Periods of exhaustion still produce regression. Renewal still requires contact with neglected depths. The cultural importance of these symbols lies precisely in their ability, to hold that contradiction. They remember that human development is not a clean escape from origins. Every movement toward greater differentiation remains connected to the matrix from which it emerged. Myth preserves the danger and necessity of returning, while the hero preserves the hope that return can become transformation rather than disappearance, for individuals and cultures alike today. The threshold of deliverance. The chapter closes not with rebirth completed, but with the conditions for rebirth finally exposed. Jung has followed the maternal image through city, earth, water, vessel, tree, serpent, cross, grave, and womb until these apparently different symbols reveal a common psychological movement. Each represents a form of containment, a return toward an origin in which the differentiated personality can disappear. Yet the same enclosure can become the place from which another form of life emerges. This doubleness is the essential discovery. The mother cannot be understood only as nourishment, protection, and beginning. She also represents the regressive attraction of unconsciousness, the possibility that psychic energy will abandon the difficult work of adaptation and sink back into an earlier condition. What once sustained development can later obstruct it. The maternal world therefore becomes both sanctuary and danger, source of renewal and threat of dissolution. The hero's descent acquires its full meaning against this background. He does not return because regression is itself desirable. He returns because energy needed for further development has become inaccessible to the existing conscious attitude. The journey backward activates older layers of psychic life, and mythology represents this activation as descent into sea, monster, cave, grave, or maternal body. The decisive question is whether the hero can recover that energy without surrendering the differentiation already achieved. This is why the incest barrier becomes psychologically productive. A direct restoration of the original bond is forbidden. Libido seeking the mother must therefore abandon the literal route and find symbolic equivalents. Religious rebirth, immersion in water, sacred enclosure, death and resurrection, and the imagery of trees and vessels become alternative forms through which the movement toward origin can be experienced without simply repeating childhood. Prohibition creates the pressure under which transformation becomes possible. Miller's fantasies now stand in a more ominous light. Her images have moved from attraction and creation toward heroic figures, maternal landscapes, water, openings, and difficult passages. The unconscious seems to be constructing the symbolic architecture of transformation around a personality whose conscious adaptation remains uncertain. Jung's concern is therefore not whether her fantasies are beautiful or mythologically impressive. Their importance lies in what they reveal about the direction of her libido. The final images sharpen that concern. Water promises entry into the maternal depth, while openings suggest passage and possible rebirth. But the movement does not unfold freely. The perpendicular cliff introduces obstruction. The path forward has become a confrontation with something that cannot simply be contemplated or symbolically admired. The hero has reached the point where transformation demands struggle. This changes the meaning of everything that preceded it. The monster was not merely an archaic curiosity. It represented the force capable of swallowing differentiated consciousness. The tree was not merely a fertility symbol. It joined generation to sacrifice and death. The maternal city was not merely a place of belonging. It showed how containment can become possession. Every symbol prepared the same psychological conflict from another direction. Rebirth, therefore, cannot mean returning to innocence. The hero cannot become new by recovering the condition that existed before separation. He must pass through the source while preserving enough consciousness to emerge differently. The old form must be relinquished, but the movement cannot end in dissolution. Transformation requires both surrender and resistance, descent and renewed direction. Jung has brought the hero to this threshold deliberately. The chapter began by expanding the meaning of mother beyond biography, and ends by revealing why the maternal realm, must become an adversary. The source of life becomes the obstacle to independent life when its attraction prevents further differentiation. The hero's next task is therefore unavoidable. He must fight his way out. The coming battle is not a rejection of the mother, nor a simple victory of consciousness over unconsciousness. It is a struggle to establish a new relationship with the source itself. The hero must take from the depths what can renew him, while refusing the pull toward permanent return. Only then can regression become transformation. The symbols of mother and rebirth have shown where renewal begins. The next movement will show what deliverance costs. The descent has revealed the source. The struggle ahead must determine whether hero can return from it. The hero's battle for freedom. The hero has reached the point where return is no longer enough. The maternal world has already revealed itself as shelter, origin, temptation, and grave. Now the question changes. What happens when the force that once protected life begins to prevent life from moving forward? Jung enters this conflict through Miss Miller's continuing drama, where Chiwantopel appears on horseback and an armed Indian approaches him through the forest. The scene is brief, almost theatrical, but its psychological pressure is enormous. The hero exposes his breast. The attacker prepares the arrow. Something in the fantasy is asking to die. The horse beneath Chiwantopel immediately complicates the scene. Jung follows its associations through mythology and discovers an animal repeatedly linked with libido, fertility, wind, fire, light, prophecy, death, and time. Wotan rides Sleipnir. Mithras is accompanied by powerful animals. Pegasus releases water with his hoof. Solar horses carry divine energy across the heavens. The horse can bear the hero forward, yet it can also carry the dead toward another world. Movement and extinction inhabit the same image. This ambiguity matters because Chiwantopel is not merely traveling. He represents a concentration of psychic energy that Miss Miller has not yet claimed as her own. The hero performs outside consciousness what consciousness cannot accomplish within ordinary life. He leaves home, wanders, seeks, confronts danger, and offers himself to death. His grandeur is therefore suspicious as well as compelling. The more courage the fantasy gives him, the more clearly it exposes the hesitation of the personality that created him. Jung finds a parallel in Cassius, who bares his breast before Brutus and invites the fatal blow. The gesture looks noble, but beneath its theatrical courage lies another drama. Cassius remains emotionally bound to the maternal pattern. His demand for love, reassurance, and immediate recognition exposes the child beneath the Roman pose. The heroic offer of death can therefore conceal dependency rather than transcend it. Magnificence may become the costume worn by an unresolved infantile claim. This possibility transforms the meaning of Miller's hero. Chiwantopel is her ideal masculine figure, but because he belongs to fantasy, his sacrifice may express a conflict that has not yet reached conscious decision. Jung sees the danger with unusual severity. A person can imagine independence while remaining psychologically enclosed within the very attachments from which independence is required. Fantasy can perform the departure, the battle, and even the death, while life itself remains unchanged. The arrow sharpens this contradiction. Across religious, mythological, and poetic images, the wound arrives as desire turned against its bearer. Saints are pierced. Gods and heroes are struck. The hunter becomes his own quarry. Jung reads the wound not simply as punishment from outside, but as an eruption of unconscious forces that consciousness experiences as foreign. What attacks the hero may belong to the same psyche that produced him. Here the battle for deliverance begins to reveal its real opponent. The mother is no longer merely a woman or a memory. She has become the gravitational force of regression, the pull toward an earlier psychic organization where responsibility, separation, and uncertainty can be avoided. But the force resisting that pull also comes from within. The hero and his attacker belong to the same drama. The conflict has become internal. That is why the threatened death of Chiwantopel matters. His sacrifice would mean relinquishing an ideal that has carried Miss Miller's unlived independence for her. The fantasy can no longer remain a beautiful substitute for action. If the hero dies, the energy invested in him must either disappear into regression or become available to consciousness. The forest has become a battlefield. The arrow has not yet been released, but the direction is unmistakable. Deliverance from the mother will demand more than symbolic descent. It will demand the sacrifice of the figure who has been living the necessary life in Miller's place. This is the threshold Jung now approaches. The unconscious does not merely offer images for contemplation. At critical moments it stages decisions that consciousness has postponed. What appears as violence can express the pressure of development. A bond must loosen, an identification must fail, and a refuge must lose its authority before another direction becomes possible. The wound that comes from within. The drama becomes more revealing when the threatened sacrifice is understood not as an isolated episode, but as the visible surface of a struggle between two directions of psychic energy. Chiwantopel carries the movement toward independence, danger, and an existence beyond the maternal enclosure. Yet the very figure who embodies this movement is marked for death. Jung sees in that contradiction the structure of regression itself. The personality generates an image of departure, invests it with courage, and then prepares to destroy it before the departure can become conscious reality. The horse intensifies this conflict because it represents movement in its most instinctive form. Across the associations Jung gathers, the animal belongs to fertility, sexuality, wind, fire, prophecy, time, and death. It carries gods and heroes, releases water from the earth, crosses boundaries between worlds, and sometimes becomes inseparable from the divine rider. Such abundance is not ornamental. The horse gives bodily form to libido as a force that wants to move. Chiwantopel sitting on horseback therefore appears as a figure borne forward by energy that Miss Miller herself has not integrated. Yet movement can reverse. The same libido that pushes toward the world can withdraw from it, and this reversal gives the threatened arrow its deeper meaning. Jung compares Miller's scene with Cassius exposing his breast before Brutus. Cassius seems courageous, but his emotional behavior betrays another condition. His irritability, demands for affection, and sensitivity to rejection reveal a man still governed by an infantile relation to the mother. The heroic gesture does not prove maturity. It may instead dramatize the despair of a dependent personality when its demand for love is frustrated. Jung applies this suspicion to Chiwantopel. Miller has created him as an ideal masculine figure, and precisely because he carries qualities absent from her conscious position, he becomes psychologically significant. He acts where she hesitates. He ventures outward where she remains attached. He accepts danger where she retreats into fantasy. The hero consequently functions as a projected possibility, a fragment of personality living autonomously in imagination because the conscious individual has not yet assumed its demands. This makes his impending death critical. If the ideal figure disappears before his qualities are incorporated, the fantasy does not liberate the dreamer. It preserves the division between imagined courage and lived dependence. Jung sees Miller approaching a point where the requirements of adult life can no longer be postponed without consequence. Remaining within the family atmosphere, protected by familiar bonds and expectations, increasingly conflicts with the movement toward personal independence. What had once been safety begins to acquire the psychological character of poison. The imagery of wounding develops the same argument from another direction. Jung moves through accounts of saints pierced by invisible arrows, religious ecstasy, the wounds of Christ, ancient fertility symbols, and poetic images of gods who hunt and torment human beings. The arrow repeatedly joins desire, pain, penetration, fertility, and death. Its apparent attacker may stand outside the victim, yet psychologically the wound originates within. Repressed desires return as if they were hostile powers. The person experiences an assault whose source cannot be recognized because consciousness has refused ownership of the energy behind it. This is why Jung turns to Nietzsche's image of the hunter becoming his own quarry. The wound is self-inflicted without being consciously voluntary. One part of the psyche attacks another. The individual experiences this as fate because the unconscious acts with an autonomy that can feel objective and impersonal. What has been rejected returns with the force of necessity. The arrow belongs to the victim as much as to the archer. Regression follows when this conflict becomes too difficult. Libido abandons the demands of the outer world and sinks toward earlier memories, childhood expectations, and the maternal source. Jung describes this inward movement as dangerous because it can lead toward dissolution, but he refuses to treat it as merely pathological. In the depths, the withdrawn energy encounters primordial images that can reorganize experience. The unconscious becomes destructive when consciousness clings rigidly to its previous attitude, yet the same descent can become the beginning of a new orientation. The mother therefore changes meaning again. She is not simply the object toward which regression moves. She becomes the symbolic form of the unconscious itself, the interior matrix containing both the danger of renewed dependency and the possibility of psychic regeneration. The prohibition against return forces libido away from literal satisfaction and toward transformation. What cannot be recovered as childhood must be rediscovered as psychic content. Jung's argument now becomes severe. The battle is not won by condemning the mother, escaping the family, or performing independence theatrically. The true conflict concerns whether consciousness can establish a new relationship with the unconscious without being swallowed by it. The hero must cease acting as a substitute. His energy must become available to the personality that imagined him. Chiwantopel stands at precisely this unstable boundary. His breast is exposed, the arrow is prepared, and his death remains suspended. The scene reveals a consciousness not yet ready to make the decision represented by its own fantasy. The hero cannot simply continue his adventures forever. Eventually, the distance between symbolic action and actual life must collapse. What dies at that moment is not courage itself, but the fantasy that courage can remain safely projected elsewhere. This distinction explains Jung's return to sacrifice. Sacrifice is not destruction for its own sake. It marks the surrender of a psychic arrangement incompatible with development. Miller keeps decisive energy inside the heroic image while consciousness remains protected from its consequences. Chiwantopel can wander, confront enemies, and approach death because fantasy absorbs risks that life has not accepted. The assassin therefore belongs to the logic of the scene. His appearance announces that the autonomous fantasy has reached a limit. Something must interrupt the heroic dream, so its energy can return to the personality that created it. The conflict remains unresolved. The arrow waits, but its meaning becomes clear. Miller must live what Chiwantopel represents. The sacrifice of the hero. The threatened death of Chiwantopel brings Jung to the central paradox of deliverance. The hero exists because psychic energy is attempting to leave an older condition, yet the fantasy now turns that energy against its own representative. What first looked like an external attack becomes an internal division. The psyche creates the figure of liberation and simultaneously creates the force that would destroy him. The battle with the mother is therefore a conflict within libido itself. Jung follows this conflict through the image of sacrifice. Something valuable must be relinquished because the existing distribution of psychic energy can no longer support development. Chiwantopel has carried qualities that remain insufficiently realized in Miller's conscious life. His courage and independence allow fantasy to perform a task that reality postpones. As long as those qualities remain in him, they can be admired without being lived. The hero protects consciousness from the demands represented by his own existence. His sacrifice can therefore release what projection has captured. The death of the fantasy figure does not necessarily mean the destruction of the energy he represents. Libido withdrawn from an autonomous image becomes available for another psychological organization. The ideal must lose its separate existence so its force can return to the personality. What appears symbolically as death may become, at another level, an act of appropriation. The difficulty is that sacrifice cannot be manufactured by conscious intention alone. When consciousness refuses a necessary change, the neglected tendency can return as compulsion, symptom, fantasy, or apparently hostile fate. The attacking figure then seems foreign because the conscious personality does not recognize the conflict as its own. The arrow comes from the same depth that produced the hero. This makes the maternal struggle more complex than simple emancipation. The mother symbolizes the unconscious matrix from which consciousness emerged, and the regressive attraction intensified by painful adaptation. Deliverance requires neither permanent separation from the unconscious nor surrender to it. The task is to establish a relation in which psychic energy can enter the depths without losing the capacity to return. The hero's ordeal consequently resembles the earlier myths of swallowing and rebirth, but with a sharper psychological demand. Now the question concerns who will carry the recovered energy. If Chiwantopel continues to live entirely as an autonomous fantasy, Miller can remain the spectator of her own transformation. If he dies symbolically, the qualities projected into him may confront consciousness as responsibilities rather than images. The heroic death thus marks a possible reversal of projection. What was experienced outside the ego as an ideal personality must be recognized as an unrealized direction within the psyche. This recognition is costly because projection makes possibilities appear complete. Once withdrawn, their magnificence disappears. Consciousness receives no finished hero. It receives a task, an obligation to develop imperfectly what fantasy had represented in perfected form. That is the deeper meaning of deliverance. The mother loses her absolute power only when the individual stops requiring fantasy to perform separation on their behalf. Independence cannot remain a myth enacted by another figure. The energy invested in the heroic substitute must return to ordinary life, where choices have consequences and courage lacks mythological certainty. This is where the symbolic drama becomes personal. Chiwantopel's threatened sacrifice therefore prepares a decisive transition. The battle is not approaching a conventional victory. The hero may have to disappear precisely because his function has been fulfilled. He has carried the image of a possible life to the point where consciousness can no longer avoid what it means. The arrow aimed at his breast is also aimed at the psychic arrangement that made him necessary. What follows will determine whether the sacrifice becomes transformation or loss. The fantasy has brought Miller to the boundary of action. The heroic image cannot cross that boundary for her. When the hero turns against himself, the sacrifice of Chiwantopel changes the direction of the conflict. Until now, the hero seemed to confront powers outside himself, the maternal enclosure, the threatening attacker, the forces preventing movement into independent life. But Jung gradually removes this comfortable division. The enemy cannot remain external because the energy-producing resistance belongs to the same psyche that produces the desire for liberation. The hero discovers that the battle is being fought against his own regressive tendency. This is why the image of self-wounding becomes increasingly important. The arrow aimed at the hero is not simply an instrument of murder. It expresses a psychic situation in which libido has divided against itself. One current seeks expansion and differentiation. Another retreats toward an earlier condition and attacks whatever threatens that retreat. The resulting experience can feel like persecution or fate because consciousness recognizes only one side of the conflict. Jung's comparison with Nietzsche sharpens the point. The hunter eventually becomes the hunted, and the weapon directed outward turns back toward its bearer. The transformation is disturbing because it destroys the fantasy that suffering always arrives from somewhere else. What appears as an external adversary may embody an unconscious tendency that consciousness has refused to acknowledge. The enemy carries the face of something foreign, while executing an intention rooted within the personality. Chiwantopel therefore approaches death through a conflict that belongs to Miller herself. His autonomy has become unsustainable. As an ideal figure, he contains the courage, movement, and independence that remain separated from her conscious attitude. The more completely those qualities are projected into him, the less available they remain for ordinary life. His heroic existence becomes psychologically expensive. Fantasy grows richer, while consciousness risks becoming poorer. The mother complex sustains this division because regression offers protection from the uncertainty of independent adaptation. The individual can remain attached to familiar emotional expectations while imagining heroic departures elsewhere. Fantasy then becomes a compromise. It satisfies the demand for movement symbolically without requiring the personality to endure the consequences of actual separation. The hero travels so the dreamer can remain where she is. But unconscious compensation cannot preserve this arrangement indefinitely. The autonomous figure begins moving toward destruction because the psyche requires the energy invested in him for another purpose. His death can therefore represent the collapse of an idealized substitute. What must disappear is not the capacity for courage, but its existence as something possessed exclusively by an imagined other. This is where sacrifice becomes psychologically creative. Energy bound to a projection cannot be integrated while the projection remains unquestioned. The ideal figure must lose some of its fascination before consciousness can recognize the qualities hidden inside it. The process feels like loss because the symbolic figure appears more complete than anything the conscious personality can immediately become. Fantasy offers perfection. Integration offers unfinished work. Jung's analysis therefore refuses the sentimental preservation of the hero. Chiwantopel may need to die precisely because his symbolic function has reached its limit. He has revealed a direction, dramatized a conflict, and concentrated psychic energy around the problem of separation. To keep him alive indefinitely would transform revelation into avoidance. The image would continue performing what consciousness now has to attempt. The threatened arrow becomes a demand for redistribution. Psychic energy must move from the heroic fantasy toward the person who produced it. This does not guarantee successful development. Libido can also retreat more deeply into unconsciousness, generating stronger fantasies and increasingly archaic forms. The sacrifice opens a possibility rather than securing an outcome. The battle for deliverance is therefore fought on two fronts at once. Consciousness must resist the regressive attraction of the maternal realm, but it must also relinquish the heroic projection through which it imagined itself already free. These demands appear contradictory. The hero must be strong enough to confront the mother and expendable enough to disappear when his task is finished. That contradiction reveals the deeper structure of transformation. Development does not consist in replacing weakness with an invulnerable identity. It requires the repeated abandonment of forms that once carried necessary energy but have become obstacles themselves. The hero is born as a solution and eventually becomes another form that must be surrendered. Chiwantopel now stands at that moment. His death would close one symbolic path while returning its energy to the unresolved human conflict beneath it. Miller can no longer remain merely the witness of his courage. The qualities embodied by the hero are moving back toward their source, where they must either be lived consciously or disappear again into the maternal darkness. The death of the substitute. The conflict reaches its decisive point when the heroic figure can no longer carry the burden of transformation alone. Chiwantopel has embodied movement, courage, independence, and the possibility of leaving the maternal enclosure. Yet those qualities have remained separated from Miller's conscious personality. The fantasy has allowed psychological development to appear as an event occurring elsewhere. The hero acts. Miller watches. That division must eventually become impossible. Jung's analysis therefore makes the hero's death meaningful without turning it into a simple victory. Chiwantopel cannot defeat regression merely by surviving every danger placed before him. His continued existence as an autonomous ideal would preserve the psychological arrangement that made him necessary. Miller could continue investing energy in the image of independence instead of assuming the difficult, incomplete reality of independence herself. The sacrifice reverses that arrangement. What dies is the fantasy of a separate bearer of strength. Psychic energy invested in the heroic figure can no longer remain safely projected into him. It returns toward the personality that produced the image, where it becomes less magnificent but more consequential. The heroic destiny becomes an ordinary demand. What had appeared as myth must now become choice. This helps explain the strangely voluntary quality surrounding Chiwantopel's threatened death. The exposed breast suggests more than helpless victimhood. The hero participates in the sacrifice. His function is approaching completion, and the fantasy seems to recognize that continued heroic expansion would no longer solve the underlying conflict. The figure must relinquish the energy he has been carrying. The pattern echoes Jung's broader understanding of sacrifice. Development repeatedly requires the surrender of something genuinely valuable. The object sacrificed is not necessarily evil, immature, or false. It may have been indispensable at an earlier stage. The problem begins when psychic energy remains attached to a form whose function has been exhausted. What once enabled movement then becomes an obstacle to further movement. Chiwantopel belongs to this paradox. Without him, Miller's unconscious could not have represented the direction toward independence with such intensity. Through him, the psyche made visible a possibility that consciousness could not yet formulate. But precisely because the image succeeded, it eventually had to lose its autonomy. A symbol capable of revealing transformation can become a substitute for transformation when fascination with the image prevents its meaning from entering life. The mother complex now appears from another angle. Its power does not survive only through obvious dependence. It can survive through fantasies of liberation that leave actual dependency untouched. A person may imagine distance, danger, sacrifice, and heroic independence while remaining emotionally organized around the security of the original enclosure. The fantasy then becomes an elaborate extension of the very condition it appears to oppose. This is why deliverance cannot be measured by dramatic imagery. The unconscious can stage revolutions while consciousness remains stationary. Jung's concern lies in whether libido actually changes direction. If the energy withdrawn from the heroic projection becomes available for adaptation, sacrifice has served transformation. If it sinks back into fantasy, the apparent death of the hero merely prepares another regressive formation. The battle therefore reaches beyond the mother herself. The deeper adversary is the tendency to avoid conscious development by allowing unconscious figures to live its possibilities instead. Chiwantopel must disappear because Miller can no longer remain psychologically innocent of what he represents. His courage has become an accusation. His independence reveals her attachment. His willingness to die exposes the cost of continuing not to choose. The arrow now carries a different meaning. It does not simply destroy the hero. It breaks the container in which a portion of Miller's psychic energy has been held. The wound opens the possibility that what belonged to fantasy can return to conscious life. Violence becomes transformation because an autonomous symbolic arrangement is being dismantled. Yet nothing guarantees that the released energy will move forward. The maternal depth remains near, and regression remains possible. Deliverance demands that consciousness accept the burden previously carried by the hero. The substitute dies so that the conflict can finally belong to the person. The fantasy has reached its limit. What comes next will reveal whether Miller can cross the boundary her hero has reached for her. The culture of heroic deliverance. The battle for deliverance from the mother reaches beyond Miller's private fantasy, because the conflict Jung traces belongs to a recurring cultural problem. Human communities repeatedly imagine development as a struggle against powers that both generate life and threaten to reclaim it. The hero leaves an original enclosure, enters danger, confronts death, and returns altered. What appears in myth as combat preserves a psychological memory of separation, the difficult movement by which inherited forms cease to provide sufficient space for emerging life. This is why the maternal adversary cannot be reduced to hostility toward women or to a literal struggle with a parent. Within Jung's symbolic argument, the mother expands into the unconscious background itself, the matrix of inherited attachment, instinct, memory, and archaic possibility. Culture gives this background many faces, because no single image can contain its ambivalence. It nourishes the hero, but also calls him backward. Deliverance means establishing a different relation to origin rather than pretending that origin can be abolished. Heroic cultures repeatedly dramatize this necessity through sacrifice. The figure who carries collective hopes may have to suffer, descend, be wounded, or die before renewal becomes imaginable. Jung's treatment of Chiwantopel places Miller's fantasy within that larger symbolic field. The threatened hero resembles mythic figures whose destruction does not simply terminate their meaning. Death releases what their visible form had contained. The image disappears, while the force invested in it becomes available for another organization. This gives sacrifice a cultural significance that differs sharply from mere loss. Communities preserve stories in which valuable figures are surrendered because transformation requires more than defeating an obvious enemy. An established ideal can itself become restrictive once its purpose has been fulfilled. The hero who originally represented liberation can become another object of dependence if people remain fascinated by his exceptional power instead of confronting the task his story represents. Miller's Chiwantopel reveals this mechanism on an intimate scale. His independence becomes compelling precisely because it remains easier to contemplate than to enact. Yet the same structure can operate collectively. Cultures project strength, purity, destiny, or salvation into exceptional figures and then organize themselves around those projections. The figure carries qualities the group experiences as lacking in ordinary life. Admiration can therefore conceal a surrender of responsibility. Jung's analysis makes the heroic image more demanding. A symbol matters not because it offers an ideal to worship indefinitely, but because it concentrates psychic energy around a problem that eventually must be lived. The hero becomes culturally fertile when his journey allows individuals to recognize movements occurring within themselves. Separation, regression, sacrifice, and renewal become intelligible through narrative before they can be articulated psychologically. The wound is especially powerful in this respect. The arrow appears to arrive from outside, yet Jung's comparisons repeatedly undermine that appearance. The persecutor and victim can belong to one symbolic system. What a culture imagines as an external enemy may carry forces that have been excluded from its conscious identity. The heroic battle can therefore conceal an encounter with a rejected part of the same psychic world. This is where the chapter's cultural implications become uncomfortable. Myths of deliverance can support genuine transformation, but they can also preserve projection. If evil remains entirely outside, the hero never discovers the divided source of the conflict. If salvation belongs entirely to an exceptional figure, ordinary consciousness remains passive. The symbolic drama becomes transformative only when its oppositions are recognized as expressions of a deeper tension seeking another arrangement. Chiwantopel's threatened death consequently carries more than personal significance. It exposes the limit of heroic mythology itself. The hero is necessary because he makes transformation visible. He must eventually be relinquished because visibility is not transformation. Culture preserves the image, but life demands the energy behind it. The battle for deliverance, therefore, ends by changing the meaning of victory. Freedom is not the destruction of the maternal source, nor the permanent enthronement of the hero. It is the capacity to withdraw energy from both dependency and projection, allowing what had been dramatized symbolically to become a conscious responsibility. Myth remembers the battle. Transformation begins when the spectator can no longer remain only a spectator before the next symbolic conflict can begin. When the hero is no longer needed, the battle for deliverance ends with a reversal that changes the meaning of everything preceding it. The hero seemed to exist in order to defeat the force of regression, yet Jung's analysis reveals that victory cannot consist simply in destroying an enemy. The maternal power, the attacking figure, the wounded hero, and the desire for liberation belong to one psychic system. What appeared as a conflict between separate characters is ultimately a conflict over the direction of libido. Chiwantopel has carried the qualities required for departure. He rides, wanders, confronts danger, and accepts the possibility of death. Miller, meanwhile, remains divided from the energy embodied in him. This distance explains both his fascination and his necessity. The fantasy creates an independent figure capable of living what consciousness has not yet undertaken. But the arrangement contains its own limit. The more completely the hero performs independence, the easier it becomes for the dreamer to remain a spectator. His threatened sacrifice therefore marks a turning point. The hero cannot continue indefinitely as the substitute for an unlived possibility. If the energy invested in him is to become psychologically useful, his autonomy must be broken. His death does not automatically produce liberation, but it removes one of the forms through which the conflict has been displaced. The qualities projected into the hero return as demands upon the personality that imagined him. This is why the arrow carries such concentrated meaning. At first it seems to come from an external attacker. Jung gradually reveals a more disturbing structure. The wound belongs to the victim's own psychic situation. A rejected tendency returns as fate. Libido divided against itself creates both the movement toward freedom and the force opposing that movement. The hunter becomes the hunted because the enemy has never been wholly outside. The maternal problem changes accordingly. Deliverance does not require hatred of the mother or the destruction of everything associated with origin. The mother has become the symbolic expression of the unconscious matrix from which consciousness emerged and toward which exhausted energy can regress. The danger lies in remaining enclosed there when life requires another adaptation. The task is to enter into relation with that depth without surrendering the differentiation already achieved. Miller's fantasy has brought this problem to the edge of conscious decision. Her symbolic world has become increasingly elaborate because psychic energy has been accumulating around a conflict that ordinary life has not resolved. Creation, solar imagery, the moth, the hero, maternal landscapes, rebirth, and finally sacrifice have not been separate episodes. Each has reformulated the same pressure at a deeper level. Something seeks movement, while another tendency seeks return. The heroic figure made that tension visible, but visibility alone is no longer sufficient. Chiwantopel's threatened death exposes the difference between imagining transformation and undergoing it. Fantasy can anticipate development, dramatize its dangers, and reveal the direction in which psychic life is attempting to move. It cannot substitute permanently for the decisions through which a new attitude becomes real. The aftermath is therefore deliberately unresolved. The hero reaches the boundary of his usefulness, but Miller has not yet demonstrated that she can reclaim what he represented. The released libido can move toward conscious adaptation, or it can sink again into regression and generate another symbolic formation. Sacrifice creates an opening. It does not determine what passes through it. Jung leaves the conflict at precisely this unstable point, because transformation depends upon what consciousness does with the energy returned from projection. The mother cannot be defeated once and for all, and the hero cannot remain eternally heroic. Both images belong to a process whose purpose exceeds them. The psychological cost is considerable. Once projection weakens, grandeur gives way to uncertainty. There is no mythic certainty in action, and no enemy whose defeat resolves the problem. What returns to consciousness is unfinished energy. It must find form through choices that seem smaller than heroic deeds, but carry consequences because they can no longer be delegated elsewhere. What remains is the burden that mythology had temporarily carried. The individual must become responsible for the movement previously enacted by symbolic figures. Deliverance begins when the hero is no longer needed to live in another's place. Sacrifice and transformation. Chiwantopel returns for the final act, already speaking like a man whose future has disappeared. He has searched among countless tribes for the one person who might understand him, and the search has hardened into prophecy. Somewhere, he imagines, a woman will be born who could recognize his soul, but she will arrive too late. He has preserved himself for this impossible meeting, and now his purity has become another form of isolation. The fantasy has reached a point where longing can no longer move toward life. It can only imagine its own extinction. Then the world answers him with extraordinary violence. A green viper emerges from the bushes and bites him. The horse that carried him through his wanderings is attacked and killed. Chiwantopel dismisses the animal with tenderness, then turns toward the serpent as if addressing a familiar power. A volcano appears in the distance. The earth shakes. A landslide follows. The hero, already poisoned, is swallowed by the ground while crying out for the woman who understands him. What began as romantic expectation ends with nature closing over the figure who embodied it. Jung sees no accidental sequence here. Horse, serpent, earthquake, volcano, burial, and impossible beloved belong to the same psychological movement. Chiwantopel does not merely die. Every route by which his libido might have entered ordinary life is progressively eliminated. The horse represents vital movement. The serpent carries the darker force of instinct and transformation. The earth becomes the mother that receives the hero back into itself. His death is therefore less an interruption than the completion of a regression that the fantasy has been preparing all along. The most revealing detail is the beloved herself. Chiwantopel imagines a woman separated from him by an immense interval of time, someone destined to understand him perfectly, and therefore someone he can never actually encounter. Jung recognizes the psychological convenience hidden inside this tragedy. The desired relationship is placed beyond reality, where it cannot disappoint, demand compromise, or become human. Longing remains absolute because its object remains inaccessible. The hero can preserve the purity of desire only by preserving the impossibility of fulfillment. This is where Miller's fantasy becomes unsettling. The heroic figure appears to carry a romantic destiny, but his destiny is organized around withdrawal. His devotion to an unattainable woman mirrors a consciousness whose own relation to life has become increasingly indirect. The fantasy supplies passion without encounter, sacrifice without decision, and death without the ordinary risks of attachment. It creates grandeur around a movement that, psychologically, is turning away from the world. The green serpent exposes what the heroic language tries to conceal. It arrives as instinct, danger, and the force least accessible to conscious control. Jung treats its color as the color of living nature itself. Chiwantopel has tried to remain above the claims of earthly life, yet nature returns in a form that cannot be negotiated with. The rejected world does not simply vanish. It comes back as fate, and this time the hero cannot escape it. His death opens the final problem of Miller's visions. If Chiwantopel has carried a part of her own unlived life, then his destruction is not merely the ending of a fictional character. It is a sacrifice occurring within the symbolic economy of the psyche. Something has been offered back to the unconscious. The sacrifice also changes the scale of the inquiry. Until this moment, the drama could still appear to concern one woman's conflict with love, family, and independence. Now the imagery reaches beneath biography. The hero is returned to Earth by forces that resemble ancient ritual patterns, where death is never only personal and destruction may prepare another order. Miller's private imagination begins to touch forms that cultures have used for centuries to represent the terrifying exchange between life and renewal. Through symbolic death, the question is what, if anything, can be born from that offering. Jung now follows sacrifice away from Miller's private drama and into a much older landscape of dying gods, dismembered bodies, sacred animals, maternal depths, and worlds created through destruction. The fantasy has reached its darkest image. To understand it, the hero's death must become larger than the hero. The descent into the mother. The movement toward sacrifice becomes clearer when Jung turns from Chiwantopel to Hölderlin. What first appears to be a literary detour gradually reveals the structure hidden inside Miller's fantasy. Hölderlin repeatedly imagines childhood, nature, and the maternal world as a lost paradise, a condition of effortless belonging from which adult consciousness has been painfully expelled. His poems return to roses, spring, earth, divine mothers, vanished youth, and the longing to dissolve once more into a world that asks nothing of the divided individual. The beauty of these images is inseparable from their danger. What promises reunion also threatens disappearance. For Jung, this backward attraction is not simply nostalgia. Regression becomes psychologically decisive when energy that can no longer move forward turns toward earlier forms of existence. The past then acquires an extraordinary radiance. Childhood seems golden because the present has become difficult. Nature appears infinitely welcoming because differentiated life demands effort, conflict, choice, and separation. The maternal image gathers these wishes into a single symbolic center. It promises shelter from the burden of becoming a distinct person. Yet the deeper the longing descends, the closer comfort approaches annihilation. The womb and the grave begin to resemble one another. Hölderlin gives this descent a particularly revealing form. His estrangement from life becomes accompanied by images of return, darkness, depth, and rebirth. The poet who cannot recover the lost world of youth imagines another route toward it, not through ordinary restoration, but through surrender to the powers beneath conscious existence. Jung notices that the descent is never psychologically neutral. When consciousness approaches the primordial layers from which it emerged, it encounters forces larger than personal memory. The individual does not merely remember childhood. He enters a region populated by ancient images that seem to possess their own intentions and emotional gravity. This distinction changes the meaning of Miller's drama. Chiwantopel's destruction can no longer be understood as a private romantic catastrophe. His return to the earth resembles a pattern in which the hero must descend into the maternal depths before renewal becomes conceivable. The volcano, the burial, and the serpent belong to an imaginative geography where death and generation occupy the same ground. The unconscious appears as both destroyer and matrix. It can dissolve the personality that approaches it unprepared, yet it also contains the forms from which another organization of life might emerge. Jung finds the same paradox in myths of primordial creation. The world itself is often imagined as becoming possible only after an original being has been sacrificed. In the Vedic image of Purusha, the primal being encompasses existence before differentiated things have fully emerged. His sacrifice produces an ordered cosmos. Moon, sun, atmosphere, earth, animals, hymns, and human structures arise from the division of what had previously contained everything within itself. Creation, therefore, does not begin with accumulation. It begins with a loss. An original wholeness must be broken so that distinct forms can exist. The psychological implication is severe. The state of undifferentiated belonging cannot simply be carried intact into mature consciousness. Something must be relinquished. The longing to remain enclosed within the original maternal totality conflicts with the emergence of a world composed of separate objects, relationships, obligations, and purposes. Sacrifice marks the price of differentiation. What is surrendered is not merely pleasure or comfort. It is the fantasy that life can continue without separation, that consciousness can expand while preserving the protected condition from which it arose. This is why Jung treats sacrifice as more than moral renunciation. Its deepest function is transformation. Energy bound to an earlier mode of life must become available for another one. The image of the sacrificial horse makes this especially visible. The horse carries vitality, instinctive force, movement, and power. In the ancient ritual Jung examines, its death represents a relinquishment of the world and of the energy invested in that world. The sacrifice destroys a form in which psychic force has been organized so that the same force may pass into a different order. The logic is difficult because consciousness experiences the process primarily as deprivation. It sees the beloved disappear, youth vanish, the animal die, the hero descend, the familiar world collapse. From that position, sacrifice looks indistinguishable from catastrophe. Myth sees further because it represents destruction and renewal within the same symbolic event. The sacrificed being does not simply cease. Its body becomes world, its blood becomes fertility, or its descent becomes the condition of return. What consciousness experiences as an ending may therefore express a redistribution of psychic energy whose destination is not yet visible. But Jung refuses to romanticize this descent. Regression does not automatically produce renewal. The unconscious can overwhelm the personality as easily as it can regenerate it. The decisive question is whether what emerges from the depths can be assimilated by consciousness. Without that capacity, primordial images cease to function as symbols and become autonomous realities. The person is no longer relating to the unconscious. The unconscious begins to determine the person. The same descent that mythology describes as initiation can then become psychological disintegration. That difference separates transformation from collapse. Ancient images do not ask consciousness to imitate violence. They dramatize necessity in forms powerful enough to make it visible. Death, burial, dismemberment, and rebirth become a language for changes ordinary description can barely contain. Miller has produced that language spontaneously. What remains uncertain is whether she understands it. Miller's fantasy stands precisely at this threshold. Chiwantopel has enacted the sacrifice, but Miller herself has not consciously performed it. Her hero dies in her place. The symbolic action possesses magnitude, yet the conscious personality remains largely a spectator before its own drama. This creates the central tension that will govern everything that follows. Sacrifice can release life only when the person recognizes what must actually be surrendered. Otherwise, the psyche may stage magnificent deaths while the old attachment survives untouched. The hero has entered the earth. The question is whether consciousness can follow his meaning without following him into destruction. The sacrifice that creates a world. The meaning of sacrifice becomes clearer when Jung turns from the death of an individual hero toward myths in which an entire world emerges through destruction. The crucial image is no longer simply a person surrendering something valuable. Sacrifice becomes a creative act in which an original unity is broken apart so that differentiated existence can appear. What dies does not merely vanish. Its energy becomes the material from which another order is constructed. Jung finds an especially powerful expression of this idea in the Vedic Purusha. The primordial being contains the world before its parts have become distinct. Gods, humans, animals, earth, atmosphere, and celestial bodies exist implicitly within this original totality. Creation occurs through sacrifice. Purusha is divided, and from his divided body the organized cosmos emerges. The destruction of the primal being is therefore simultaneously the birth of multiplicity. Psychologically, the image provides Jung with a model for transformation. An undifferentiated condition possesses enormous potential, but potential alone cannot become conscious life. Something must separate from the original unity. Distinctions must arise. Energy must be distributed among different functions, objects, relationships, and purposes. The sacrifice represents the painful transition by which what was once contained together becomes capable of existing in differentiated form. This gives the maternal problem another dimension. Regression seeks the condition before separation, where opposites have not yet become painfully distinct. The longing for the mother is therefore also a longing for psychic unity. But mature development cannot simply restore that unity without sacrificing consciousness itself. The individual must surrender the wish to return unchanged, and instead allow the original psychic material to be reorganized. The horse sacrifice develops the same idea through the image of instinctive vitality. The horse has repeatedly represented libido in motion, the force carrying the hero through life. To sacrifice, it means relinquishing a form of natural energy that consciousness would ordinarily wish to preserve. Yet the ritual does not treat the animal's destruction as meaningless waste. Its death belongs to a sacred transformation through which energy is returned to a larger order. Jung compares this with other sacrificial traditions in which animals embody instinctive human nature. The bull of Mithras becomes especially important. The god kills the powerful animal, while the surrounding imagery connects its death with renewed fertility. Life emerges from the sacrifice because instinctive energy is not simply annihilated. Its existing form is broken so that its force can be transformed. The Christian sacrifice radicalizes the problem. Here the victim is no longer merely an animal representing instinctive nature. The sacrifice takes human form. Jung sees this as a symbolic elevation of the demand. What must be surrendered is not only animal instinct, but the whole natural person when a spiritual goal requires transformation. The sacrifice becomes more conscious because the victim embodies human awareness itself. Yet Jung immediately recognizes the danger contained in this ideal. Consciousness can attempt to dominate nature so completely that transformation becomes mutilation. The Christian demand to sacrifice the natural man may produce extraordinary spiritual development, but it can also alienate human beings from their instinctive foundations. What is sacrificed cannot simply be treated as worthless. It belongs to the total psychic economy, and rejected nature eventually seeks another route of return. The problem of sacrifice is therefore not solved by choosing spirit against instinct. Jung's comparative material points toward a more difficult process. Psychic energy must change form without being destroyed. The instinctive foundation must surrender its absolute claim, while consciousness must surrender the fantasy that it can exist independently of nature. Transformation requires a relation between the two rather than the final victory of either side. This is why sacrificial myths repeatedly combine death with fertility. Blood enters the earth. Plants arise from the slain body. A god dies and returns. The sacrificed animal becomes the source of renewed life. Such images insist that genuine sacrifice produces something. Destruction becomes psychologically meaningful only when the energy released from the old form can enter another organization. Miller's fantasy now appears in this wider context. Chiwantopel has been sacrificed, but the decisive question remains unresolved. His death has symbolic magnitude, yet Miller does not consciously participate in the act. The hero carries the event for her. She observes the destruction of the figure who contained her projected vitality, but she does not yet recognize what his death demands from her own life. Jung therefore distinguishes symbolic sacrifice from actual psychological transformation. The unconscious can present the correct image before consciousness understands its meaning. A dream can depict the death of an obsolete attitude, while the dreamer continues living according to it. The symbol anticipates what should happen, but anticipation is not completion. Chiwantopel's death must consequently be judged by what follows. If the libido invested in him returns to Miller and becomes available for conscious development, the sacrifice has fulfilled its regenerative function. If the energy remains unconscious, his death becomes another episode in an autonomous fantasy whose meaning never reaches life. The ancient sacrifices illuminate precisely this threshold. Purusha dies and becomes cosmos. The bull dies and fertility follows. The natural form is surrendered so that another order can emerge. Miller's hero has also descended into the earth, but the new world that should arise from his sacrifice has not yet appeared. The question is no longer whether the hero can die. He already has. The question is whether Miller can create from what his death has released. The sacrifice of the natural man. The sacrifice becomes more difficult when Jung compares the Mithraic and Christian forms, because the question is no longer simply what must die, but what kind of human being is created by the act. In the Mithraic image, the god sacrifices the bull. The victim represents animal nature, instinctive force, and subjection to the laws of the species. Consciousness stands apart from that nature and performs the killing. Christian symbolism moves the sacrifice inward. Christ does not offer an animal in his place, he offers himself. For Jung, this means that the demand reaches beyond the disciplining of instinct. The entire natural person becomes the sacrificial object in service of a spiritual goal. The ideal is immense. Consciousness attempts to free itself from instinctive determination and establish a specifically human capacity for choice, discrimination, and moral responsibility. Yet Jung refuses to treat this development as an uncomplicated victory. Human beings possess relatively little instinctive certainty compared with animals. In its place stands a consciousness capable of reflection, but also doubt, error, and endless decision. The more consciousness separates itself from instinct, the greater the danger that it will imagine itself independent of nature altogether. Spiritual development can then become a violent attempt to force human nature into an abstract ideal. The problem is visible in sacrifice itself. If the natural man is simply condemned, the symbolic act becomes a war against one's own foundations. Jung therefore emphasizes the historical cost of an ideal that disciplines instinct while aspiring toward spiritual transcendence. Such discipline made enormous developments of consciousness possible, but it also created the possibility of alienation from the body, instinct, and nature. What has been sacrificed remains part of the psyche, even when consciousness refuses to recognize it. This tension returns directly to Miller. Her fantasy contains the image of sacrifice, but Jung questions whether she participates consciously in what the image demands. Chiwantopel offers himself and dies, while Miller remains an admiring spectator. The morally significant act is delegated to the hero. Her animus figure performs the renunciation that she herself would have to accomplish if the symbolic drama were to become psychological transformation. Here the difference between image and assimilation becomes decisive. An unconscious fantasy can portray the correct developmental movement without changing the conscious personality. The symbol may be ahead of the dreamer. It can announce a sacrifice, a death, or a transformation whose meaning has not yet been understood. When this happens, the fantasy possesses psychological truth, but consciousness remains outside that truth. Jung sees a serious danger in this separation. If the projected hero dies without his meaning being assimilated, the sacrifice may recoil upon the subject. Energy withdrawn from the heroic figure does not automatically become available for conscious development. It may fall back into the unconscious, strengthening precisely the regressive forces the sacrifice was meant to overcome. The symbolic death then becomes ominous rather than regenerative. Chiwantopel's sacrifice therefore differs from the successful sacrificial patterns Jung has examined. Purusha dies and a cosmos emerges. The Mithraic bull dies and fertility follows. Christ's sacrifice symbolizes a transformation of the whole person. But Miller's fantasy does not yet show a corresponding new organization of conscious life. The hero disappears, while the dreamer remains uncertain about what his disappearance requires. This is the crucial psychological test of sacrifice. Something must be relinquished, but the released energy must also be received. Otherwise, loss remains only loss. The death of the old form becomes creative only when consciousness can participate in the new form struggling to emerge. Miller has reached the moment after the offering. The hero can no longer carry her unlived possibilities. What happens to his energy will determine whether sacrifice becomes transformation or whether the unconscious closes over him completely. The next image will answer that question. The serpent that survives the hero. Chiwantopel dies, but the force that destroys him remains alive. The green serpent survives the sacrifice, and for Jung this detail determines the meaning of the entire scene. The hero has disappeared, the horse has died, and the earth has swallowed what remains, yet the snake persists. What survives is not the ideal personality, but the instinctive, unconscious power that the hero had attempted to transcend. Miller's fantasy therefore ends its sacrificial drama with a disturbing reversal. Consciousness loses its representative while the unconscious retains its vitality. The serpent has already accumulated contradictory meanings. It wounds and kills, but it also signifies regeneration. Its ability to shed its skin makes it a natural image of renewal, while its connection with earth places it near the maternal and chthonic depths. Jung recalls alchemical symbolism, in which the serpent belongs to transformation itself, something capable of dissolving one condition while preparing another. Death and renewal are not separate functions here. They belong to the same power. Its green color intensifies this meaning. Green belongs to vegetation, growth, and living nature. The snake that kills Chiwantopel therefore carries the color of life. The contradiction is deliberate. The force destroying the hero is not simply death opposing life. It represents another form of life, one that continues after the heroic attitude has exhausted itself. Nature kills the figure who had become separated from its demands, and then survives him. Jung makes the relationship still more intimate by observing that Chiwantopel calls the serpent his little sister. The expression reveals kinship rather than simple opposition. Horse, hero, and snake belong to one psychic system. If the horse represents instinctive libido carrying consciousness forward, the serpent represents the same fundamental energy in a darker, more unconscious form. The battle is therefore occurring within libido itself. This is why Jung describes libido as containing contrary directions. It strives forward toward growth, development, creation, and adaptation, yet it also moves backward toward dissolution, regression, and death. The contradiction becomes especially visible across the course of life. Expansion dominates youth, while another tendency gradually emerges as life approaches its limits. What appears to consciousness as an enemy may therefore belong to the natural movement of psychic energy toward another goal. The green serpent becomes the image of that reversal. It destroys the heroic carrier of forward movement, but its regenerative symbolism suggests that the energy itself has not vanished. Chiwantopel's form dies while the deeper psychic force continues. The crucial question is whether that force can be assimilated or whether it will remain autonomous within the unconscious. Jung's clinical perspective makes the danger explicit. Images of catastrophic transformation can appear when unconscious activity has become unusually powerful. Their meaning depends upon the individual situation. They may accompany bodily illness, psychological crisis, or a profound change in psychic orientation. In Miller's case, Jung interprets the green serpent ominously because the fantasy ends without evidence that consciousness can understand or integrate what is happening. The problem is not that Miller has produced archaic imagery. Such images can be psychologically valuable when consciousness can establish a relationship with them. The danger lies in their autonomy. When the unconscious advances while the conscious attitude remains narrow, rigid, or naive, the gap between the two increases. What should become symbolic communication can instead become dissociation. The individual experiences increasingly powerful images without possessing a framework capable of assimilating them. Chiwantopel's death demonstrates this imbalance. The hero had represented Miller's projected striving toward independence. Once he disappears, the projection falls away, but nothing in the fantasy shows Miller consciously reclaiming what he represented. The sacrifice therefore threatens to recoil upon the dreamer. Instead of liberating energy for development, it may return that energy to the unconscious and strengthen the forces already gaining ground. The serpent then becomes more than the instrument of sacrifice. It becomes the possible successor to the hero. The conscious ideal dies while the archaic power survives. Jung sees here the possibility that the unconscious may overwhelm the personality if its contents remain unrecognized. What mythology presents as transformation can become psychologically dangerous when the person cannot participate in the process consciously. This explains why Miller's story cannot end with the heroic death itself. The sacrifice must be judged by its aftermath. A regenerative sacrifice should produce a new relationship between conscious and unconscious life. Here the fantasy instead points toward burial, regression, and the continuing dominance of the chthonic force. The serpent lives because psychic energy cannot simply be destroyed. It changes form. Chiwantopel's death removes one organization of libido, but the energy that animated him returns to the deeper matrix from which the hero originally emerged. The mother receives him again, while the serpent remains as the living representative of that unconscious world. The sacrifice has therefore completed a circle. The hero arose from the depths, struggled toward differentiation, and finally returned to them. What remains unresolved is whether another emergence can follow. Miller's fantasy offers no secure answer. The green serpent survives, carrying regeneration as a possibility, but also the danger that unconscious life will now possess the energy the hero has surrendered. The cultural memory of sacrifice. Sacrifice becomes culturally significant for Jung because it preserves a problem that no civilization can escape. Development requires human beings to relinquish forms of life that once carried their deepest values. The sacrificial image appears cruel when viewed only as destruction, but myth repeatedly places creation on the other side of loss. A god, animal, hero, or primordial being is surrendered, and from that surrender another order becomes possible. Culture remembers transformation by representing it as an exchange in which something precious must genuinely be given up. The Vedic sacrifice of Purusha gives this principle cosmic dimensions. The primordial being is divided, and the differentiated world arises from his body. Jung reads the image as more than an ancient explanation of creation. It expresses the psychological necessity of breaking an original unity so that distinct forms can emerge. The world of consciousness depends upon separation. What existed together in an undifferentiated condition must become divided into objects, functions, relationships, and purposes before a structured human world can exist. The horse sacrifice carries the same logic into the sphere of instinctive vitality. The horse represents energy, movement, and the natural force that bears life forward. Its ritual death therefore dramatizes the surrender of something powerful rather than the disposal of something worthless. Sacrifice has meaning precisely because the victim possesses value. What is relinquished contains libido, and the ritual gives cultural form to the difficult idea that psychic energy sometimes must leave one organization before it can serve another. Mithraic symbolism develops this through the killing of the bull. The animal embodies instinctive nature, while its death becomes associated with fertility and renewed life. Christianity shifts the emphasis further by making the divine human figure himself the victim. For Jung, this historical development intensifies the meaning of sacrifice. The demand no longer concerns only the animal component of humanity. The natural person as a whole is placed under the requirement of transformation in relation to a spiritual ideal. Yet this achievement creates its own cultural danger. The greater the distance consciousness establishes from instinct, the easier it becomes to treat nature as something merely inferior. Jung refuses that conclusion. Human consciousness may gain freedom by differentiating itself from instinctive determination, but it remains rooted in the natural psyche. A culture that identifies exclusively with spiritual ideals risks forcing instinct underground, where rejected energies can return in autonomous and destructive forms. Sacrificial symbolism, therefore, records a tension rather than a final solution. Humanity cannot remain wholly enclosed within instinct, but neither can consciousness abolish the foundations from which it emerged. The recurring deaths of bulls, horses, gods, and heroes dramatize attempts to reorganize this relationship. Their cultural endurance comes from the fact that every generation encounters forms of attachment whose value is real, but whose continuation can obstruct further development. Miller's fantasy belongs to this history without consciously imitating it. Chiwantopel dies through imagery that spontaneously converges with ancient sacrificial patterns. The heroic figure, the animal, the serpent, the earth, and the return into a maternal depth. Jung's comparison shows how a private fantasy can activate symbolic structures that civilizations have used to represent the transformation of libido. The individual imagination becomes a meeting place between personal conflict and inherited human forms. But Miller also demonstrates why cultural symbols cannot perform psychological work automatically. A civilization may possess magnificent images of sacrifice while individuals remain unconscious of what those images demand. The symbol provides a form through which transformation can be imagined, not a guarantee that transformation will occur. Its regenerative power depends upon whether consciousness can receive the energy released when an older form is surrendered. This is why the surviving serpent matters culturally as well as personally. Nature remains after the hero falls. The archaic psyche survives every conscious ideal built above it. Sacrifice can create a new relationship with that foundation, but suppression cannot erase it. Jung's comparative mythology ultimately makes sacrifice a language of psychic continuity. Forms die, energy persists. Cultures preserve the terrible knowledge that genuine renewal may require loss, while warning that destruction alone is never enough. The sacrificed life must become the beginning of another order, or the ritual itself has failed completely and decisively. After the sacrifice, before the transformation, the final sacrifice leaves Jung with a result more disturbing than a conventional resolution. Chiwantopel has died, his horse has been destroyed, and the earth has closed over the heroic figure who carried Miller's longing for independence. Yet the green serpent remains. The image refuses to let the drama end with noble death. Something more primitive than the hero survives him, suggesting that the psychic energy invested in his ideal form has not disappeared. It has returned to the unconscious ground from which the fantasy originally emerged. This outcome clarifies why Jung has treated sacrifice as transformation rather than simple renunciation. In the myths he compares, the sacrificed being releases a creative consequence. Purusha is divided and the cosmos arises. The sacrificial animal dies and fertility follows. The death of the old form makes another organization possible. Destruction alone is insufficient. A sacrifice acquires psychological meaning only when the energy surrendered through it can participate in renewed life. Miller's fantasy does not provide that reassurance. Chiwantopel performs the sacrifice, but Miller remains outside the act. The hero carries her projected strength, longing, movement, and capacity for decision, then disappears without those qualities visibly returning to conscious life. Jung therefore sees the possibility of a failed transformation. The symbol correctly anticipates the need for sacrifice, while the conscious personality does not yet assimilate what the symbol demands. The surviving serpent makes this failure especially ominous. Its green color associates it with living nature, and its traditional connection with renewal prevents it from being interpreted as death alone. But precisely because it survives while the hero does not, the balance has shifted toward the unconscious. The instinctive and chthonic power continues independently after the conscious ideal has collapsed. Regeneration remains possible, but it now belongs to a force Miller has not consciously mastered. This is the danger Jung repeatedly locates in autonomous fantasy. The unconscious can compensate for a limited conscious attitude by producing images of extraordinary richness. Such images may reveal developmental possibilities long before the individual can understand them. But if the distance between conscious life and unconscious activity becomes too great, the images cease to function as a bridge. They begin to form a world of their own, increasingly compelling and increasingly detached from adaptation to reality. Chiwantopel's entire career can now be read in this light. He appeared as a heroic solution to a conflict Miller could not consciously resolve. He wandered, desired, suffered, sought an impossible beloved, and finally accepted destruction. His story gave dramatic form to energies that remained insufficiently lived. The more complete his symbolic destiny became, the more clearly it exposed the absence of an equivalent conscious movement. His death therefore closes the fantasy, while leaving the psychological task unfinished. Miller can no longer rely upon the hero to represent the life she has not entered. But neither does the ending show her reclaiming his energy. The sacrifice returns the problem to its source. What had been projected outward as a magnificent masculine figure falls back into the unconscious, where the serpent remains as the final living presence. The wider argument of symbols of transformation has reached its decisive point. Libido has revealed itself as a force capable of regression, symbolic displacement, myth creation, heroic projection, sacrifice, and renewed organization. The fantasies surrounding Miller have opened onto ancient patterns because her personal conflict activates structures far older than her biography. Yet the meaning of those structures depends upon whether their energy can be integrated into present life. The final image, therefore, remains deliberately unresolved. The hero is gone. The serpent lives. Between those two facts lies the whole psychological problem of transformation. An old organization has been sacrificed, but a new conscious form has not yet appeared. The unconscious possesses the energy of renewal, while consciousness has not demonstrated that it can receive it. Sacrifice has opened the possibility of another life, but possibility is not rebirth. What dies symbolically must be followed by something capable of living differently. Without that emergence, the descent remains only descent, and the energy released from the hero returns to the darkness that produced him. Jung leaves Miller at precisely this threshold, after the sacrifice, before the transformation. Conclusion. The story of Symbols of Transformation ends where it began, with psychic energy searching for a form capable of carrying it. What first appeared through attraction, fantasy, and spontaneous imagery gradually revealed a larger movement. Desire became fire. Fire became creation. Creation opened into mythology. The hero emerged from those depths, separated from the maternal world, returned toward it, and finally disappeared inside the same earth from which symbolic life had risen. By the end, the images no longer seem like separate objects awaiting interpretation. They form the visible history of an invisible transformation. Miss Miller remains at the center of that history, but never entirely in command of it. Her fantasies produce more than she consciously understands. A singer becomes the occasion for symbolic expansion. Chiwantopel becomes the carrier of courage, movement, longing, and independence. The mother expands beyond biography into water, earth, city, tree, enclosure, and grave. The serpent arrives as danger and renewal. Each image takes over a task that conscious life has not yet fully assumed. The unconscious does not explain the conflict. It stages it. That distinction becomes decisive. Jung never treats symbolic richness as proof of psychological achievement. A person can imagine transformation without being transformed. The psyche can create heroic journeys while ordinary life remains motionless. It can represent sacrifice before consciousness knows what must be surrendered. This is what gives Miller's material its unsettling power. Her imagination appears to understand the direction of the conflict before she does. Yet that very distance between image and awareness becomes part of the danger. The book therefore moves toward a conclusion that is far less reassuring than the language of rebirth might suggest. Regression can recover neglected energy, but it can also become captivity. The mother can nourish and devour. The hero can liberate and conceal. The symbol can connect consciousness with the unconscious, or become a substitute for the life that connection demands. Nothing in this process guarantees progress. Transformation is possible because psychic energy can change form. It is dangerous for exactly the same reason. Chiwantopel's death crystallizes the problem. The figure who carried Miller's projected possibilities cannot continue forever. His heroic existence has become too complete, too separate from the personality that produced him. The sacrifice breaks that arrangement. Yet when the hero disappears, the green serpent remains. Nature survives the ideal. The unconscious retains the energy that consciousness has not integrated. The ending refuses to show a triumphant rebirth because the symbolic death itself cannot determine what happens next. This is where the entire journey acquires its final weight. Symbols of Transformation is not ultimately a catalog of mythological correspondences. It is an account of what happens when an established organization of life becomes unable to contain the energy moving through it. The psyche responds by returning to older forms, reviving forgotten images, projecting possibilities into figures, and creating symbolic dramas around conflicts that consciousness cannot yet articulate. Myth appears because personal language has reached its limit. The remarkable thing is how ancient that private crisis becomes. Miller's fantasies touch solar journeys, divine births, devouring mothers, sacred trees, sacrificial animals, dying gods, and primordial beings whose destruction creates worlds. Her individual conflict enters patterns through which cultures have repeatedly imagined separation, loss, renewal, and the price of becoming conscious. The private psyche discovers that it is not entirely private. That is the uncomfortable achievement of the book. It turns interpretation back upon the interpreter. Once the sequence is understood, mythology can no longer remain distant, because the same movements continue wherever desire encounters obstruction and identity reaches its limit. The old stories endure not because modern life has preserved their worlds, but because psychic life still produces the conflicts from which those worlds were made. What remains after the hero is gone is therefore not an answer, but a responsibility. The symbol has carried the conflict as far as it can. The energy released by sacrifice must find another form, or return to the depths that produced it. Jung's investigation has followed that movement to its threshold. The final question is no longer what the images mean. It is whether consciousness can become capable of living what they have already revealed. The architecture of psychic transformation. The conclusion of symbols of transformation begins by changing the status of everything that came before it. Miller's fantasies can no longer be approached as a collection of curious images attached to isolated moments of desire. Their sequence has exposed a system. Psychic energy attaches itself to an object, encounters resistance, withdraws, reappears through fantasy, and gathers older symbolic forms around the conflict. What looks like imaginative excess becomes a record of movement. The psyche is continually attempting to reorganize itself when its existing relation to life can no longer carry the pressure placed upon it. This is why libido becomes the foundation beneath the entire argument. Jung follows it beyond sexuality without denying its instinctive roots. Energy can remain directed toward immediate satisfaction, but it can also be displaced into creativity, religion, fantasy, ambition, or symbolic activity. The decisive fact is its mobility. Human development depends upon this capacity for transformation because reality rarely permits desire to continue indefinitely along its first path. Obstacles force energy to change direction, and culture itself becomes possible through these altered routes. Yet the same mobility that makes development possible also makes regression possible. When adaptation becomes painful, libido can retreat from the present and reactivate older modes of satisfaction. Childhood attachments regain intensity. Fantasy becomes more compelling. The maternal world begins to attract the energy that had previously moved outward. Jung's great complication is that this backward movement cannot simply be classified as illness or failure. Regression may restore obsolete dependency, but it may also recover psychic material that the conscious attitude excluded while constructing its previous adaptation. The unconscious therefore appears neither as an enemy nor as a hidden guide guaranteed to know what consciousness should do. It is a field containing instinctive patterns, forgotten possibilities, inherited images, and forces whose direction may conflict with conscious intention. When libido enters that field, it activates forms capable of confronting the personality with what its established identity cannot contain. The resulting symbols are meaningful precisely because they stand between positions. They belong to the unconscious, yet they appear before consciousness. They preserve the old while anticipating something that does not yet exist. This intermediary function explains why Jung gives such importance to symbolic ambiguity. Fire is creative and destructive. Water generates life and drowns it. The mother protects and devours. The serpent poisons and renews. The tree shelters life while becoming a place of sacrifice. A symbol that could be reduced to one stable meaning would lose the very tension that makes transformation visible. Psychic change occurs through contradictions because the old organization and the emerging possibility coexist before either has achieved dominance. The hero gives this conflict a personality. Chiwantopel appears when Miller's unconscious needs a figure capable of carrying movement that conscious life has not fully assumed. He can wander, separate, desire, confront danger, and imagine destiny. His strength makes him psychologically useful, but his autonomy reveals the cost of projection. Qualities invested in an ideal figure remain partially unavailable to the person who created him. The hero becomes both an image of development and a means of postponing it. This is where the maternal problem and the heroic problem converge. Separation from the mother is not merely physical departure from a parent. The mother has expanded symbolically into the original matrix of security, unconsciousness, and undifferentiated belonging. To leave her means accepting the burden of differentiation. To return toward her means approaching the source from which consciousness emerged. The hero must perform both movements because development requires separation, while renewal may require renewed contact with what separation left behind. The incest barrier makes direct return impossible and therefore forces symbolic invention. Libido cannot simply restore the original condition without sacrificing the differentiation consciousness has achieved. It must discover another way of approaching the source. This is why mythology repeatedly imagines rebirth through water, caves, trees, graves, monsters, sacred vessels, and descent into darkness. The impossible biological return becomes a psychological passage. The hero enters the maternal enclosure not to become a child again, but to encounter the energy bound within the regressive movement. That passage remains dangerous because descent offers no automatic return. A personality can become fascinated by its own unconscious productions and allow symbolic life to replace adaptation. Miller's material becomes increasingly significant precisely because her fantasies grow in magnitude while the conscious assimilation of their meaning remains uncertain. The images move toward transformation faster than the person who produces them. The unconscious stages what consciousness has not yet chosen. Sacrifice finally emerges from this discrepancy. Chiwantopel cannot remain permanently responsible for Miller's unlived independence. His symbolic function requires his disappearance. The hero must surrender the energy concentrated in his autonomous form so that another organization becomes possible. But his death alone cannot complete the process. Sacrifice becomes regenerative only if what is released can be received and transformed, rather than merely returned to unconsciousness. This is why the final serpent matters so profoundly. The hero disappears, but instinctive life survives. The green serpent carries death and regeneration together, leaving the psychic situation open to two radically different outcomes. Energy persists after the form that contained it has collapsed. The question is whether consciousness can establish a new relation with that surviving force. The psychological foundation of the book therefore rests upon movement rather than fixed interpretation. No symbol is the final answer, no heroic identity is permanent, and no achieved adaptation is immune from becoming obsolete. Psychic life continually reorganizes itself through tensions between forward movement and regression, differentiation and return, conscious intention and unconscious compensation. Miller's fantasies reveal that process because they show energy changing forms before consciousness understands the direction of change. What begins as desire eventually becomes a problem of transformation itself. The psyche creates symbols when an older form cannot continue and a newer one cannot yet be lived directly. Those symbols can illuminate the passage, but they cannot cross it on behalf of the individual. That final movement belongs to consciousness alone. The symbol as a bridge. The first great movement of symbols of transformation begins with a deceptively ordinary fact. Desire rarely remains where it begins. An encounter produces attraction, attraction awakens fantasy, and fantasy carries the original impulse into forms that seem increasingly distant from its source. Miller's singer gradually disappears behind images of creation, fire, divinity, and cosmic generation. What initially belonged to a personal situation begins to behave like myth. Jung's decisive insight is that this expansion shouldn't be treated merely as camouflage. Something has happened to the energy itself. This changes what interpretation must accomplish. If every symbol were translated backward until only its instinctive origin remained, the transformation would disappear from view. Fire would become sexuality, the hero would become disguised desire, and religion would become another derivative satisfaction. Jung follows another possibility. The original impulse matters, but so does the form it acquires. Once psychic energy enters a symbolic structure, it becomes capable of supporting activities and meanings that weren't contained in its immediate beginning. Culture depends upon precisely this mobility. Human beings don't abandon instinct when they create rituals, technologies, religions, stories, or systems of meaning. Older energies are reorganized within newer forms. Fire captures this beautifully because its symbolism preserves both sides of the process. It belongs to bodily heat, friction, danger, fertility, illumination, invention, and divine power. It remains close enough to instinct to carry its intensity, yet distant enough from immediate satisfaction to become an instrument of another world. The same pattern appears through rhythm and repeated movement. Actions associated with instinctive life can be transferred into work, ritual, dance, collective activity, and creative production. What matters isn't a moral ascent from something primitive toward something pure. The underlying energy persists. Development changes its organization. A newer human activity remains rooted in patterns far older than the conscious purposes it now serves. This is one reason Jung's argument becomes so expansive. Mythology isn't being added to psychology as decoration. Myth preserves evidence of psychic transformations whose origins have become invisible. A ritual can retain the structure of an ancient instinctive pattern long after its participants have forgotten that connection. A religious image can carry forms of energy that conscious doctrine interprets differently. The symbolic world accumulates layers because psychological development doesn't erase what came before it. Miller's moth introduces the first warning. The creature moves toward light with an attraction so complete that the source of illumination becomes the source of destruction. Desire and annihilation suddenly occupy the same image. The symbol anticipates what will happen throughout the book. Psychic energy can be drawn toward something that promises expansion while simultaneously threatening the form through which that energy currently lives. The sun enlarges this pattern. It rises, travels, descends, disappears, and returns. Human imagination repeatedly transforms that daily movement into a biography. The celestial body becomes a hero whose existence follows the rhythm of birth, struggle, death, and renewal. Once the solar pattern becomes humanized, psychic development can be narrated as a journey. Energy moves outward into life, reaches its limit, descends into darkness, and confronts the possibility of another emergence. Chiwantopel eventually occupies this heroic position in Miller's fantasy. He appears to possess precisely the qualities needed for movement beyond dependence. He travels. He searches. He accepts isolation. He encounters danger. He becomes the figure through whom a more independent existence can be imagined. Yet his power is already double-edged, because everything invested in him is also something Miller doesn't yet have to carry consciously. Projection makes this arrangement seductive. A quality experienced through an autonomous figure appears more complete than it would if recognized as an undeveloped possibility within oneself. Chiwantopel can embody courage without hesitation because fantasy doesn't have to submit him to the compromises of ordinary life. His destiny can remain absolute. His longing can remain pure. His independence can remain heroic. The cost is hidden in that perfection. Miller becomes the observer of a development taking place through someone else. Her psyche generates the image of movement, while conscious life remains separated from the burden of moving. The symbol initially bridges what consciousness cannot yet integrate, but prolonged fascination can reverse its function. Instead of connecting two psychological positions, it can preserve the distance between them. This is the first major discovery produced by Jung's journey. Symbols aren't inherently transformative simply because they contain profound material. Their value depends upon the movement they make possible between unconscious and conscious life. A symbol can gather energy, reveal a conflict, and anticipate a developmental direction. It can also become a refuge where the developmental task is performed imaginatively rather than lived. The distinction becomes more urgent as Miller's fantasies move away from creation and toward regression. The images grow older, darker, and more encompassing. Personal desire opens into mythological structures that seem to reach beneath individual memory. The hero who once promised movement begins approaching the maternal world from which movement originally required separation. This return isn't accidental. Every differentiation leaves something behind. Consciousness develops by selecting one relation to reality, while other possibilities remain outside its established identity. When the chosen adaptation reaches its limit, libido may withdraw and reactivate precisely those neglected layers. Regression becomes the psyche's dangerous attempt to recover what forward movement excluded. The symbolic landscape changes accordingly. Light begins yielding to water and darkness. Open movement approaches enclosure. The mother ceases to be merely personal and expands into earth, sea, city, cave, vessel, tree, and grave. Each image carries the possibility of containment. Each can protect what enters it. Each can also prevent emergence. What initially looked like a story about desire has therefore become a story about the limits of consciousness. Miller's fantasies reveal that psychic development cannot proceed through forward movement alone. The energy that creates the hero must eventually carry him back toward the source. There he will encounter everything his heroic independence appeared to overcome. The symbol has built the bridge. The next question is whether the hero can cross it without disappearing into the world waiting on the other side. The return to the source. The movement back toward the mother changes the meaning of the hero's entire journey. Separation had appeared to be the central achievement. Consciousness emerges from an original condition of dependence, establishes distinctions, directs energy toward the world, and gradually acquires an identity capable of standing apart from its source. Yet Jung's symbolic material repeatedly reverses that direction. The sun that rises must eventually descend. The hero who leaves must return. The consciousness that differentiates itself from the unconscious eventually encounters the limits created by its own differentiation. The maternal image becomes enormous at precisely this point. Mother no longer refers only to a personal relationship. The image spreads across the symbolic environment because the psychological function it represents is larger than any individual figure. Earth becomes maternal because it produces life and receives the dead. Water becomes maternal because life emerges from it and can disappear within it. Cities enclose their inhabitants. Caves conceal what enters them. Vessels contain. Trees nourish, shelter, and connect the darkness beneath the ground with the visible world above. These forms share an architecture. Each surrounds something that has entered it. Containment can preserve life, but it can also suspend differentiation. The womb that protects the developing child becomes dangerous when imagined as a permanent destination. What was necessary at one stage becomes destructive at another. The maternal world therefore acquires its terrifying aspect, not because nourishment itself is hostile, but because development eventually requires departure from the condition that nourishment once made possible. This is why the devouring mother appears beside the nurturing one. Myth gives the regressive danger increasingly monstrous bodies. Serpents, dragons, whales, caves, graves, and engulfing waters turn the attraction of unconsciousness into visible threats. The hero is swallowed because psychic energy has moved away from adaptation and toward the source. The differentiated figure disappears inside something older and larger than himself. Yet the swallowed hero is often active within the monster. He creates fire, wounds the creature, finds an opening, or prepares his own escape. That detail changes everything. Regression has carried him toward dissolution, but consciousness hasn't vanished completely. The hero enters the archaic depth while preserving enough directed energy to work inside it. The place that could have become a grave becomes a chamber of transformation. Womb and tomb consequently begin to resemble one another. Both remove a body from ordinary visibility. Both enclose it. Both interrupt its previous relation to the world. Myth exploits this similarity because transformation requires a temporary disappearance of the established form. The old organization cannot simply continue while calling itself new. Something must cease before another configuration becomes possible. The tree becomes one of the richest expressions of this paradox. Its roots descend into darkness while its branches rise toward light. It grows from earth, bears fruit, shelters life, and renews itself, yet it can also enclose the dead or become the site of execution. Osiris enters a coffin that becomes surrounded by a tree. The dead god is held within living growth. The Christian cross transforms an instrument of death into a tree associated with renewed life. Destruction and generation become inseparable. Jung's maternal symbolism makes this conjunction psychologically intelligible. The source receives back what emerged from it, but return cannot simply reproduce the original birth. Consciousness has already differentiated itself. A literal restoration of the earlier condition would erase the development that occurred after separation. The regressive desire must therefore encounter resistance. The incest prohibition embodies that resistance. Libido seeks the maternal source, yet direct return is blocked. The prohibition becomes psychologically productive because it forces energy away from literal restoration and toward symbolic transformation. The person cannot become a child again, but can undergo experiences organized around death, enclosure, purification, immersion, and rebirth. What biology cannot repeat, symbolic life can reformulate. Religious traditions repeatedly build rituals around this structure. Water can become the medium of another birth. Sacred enclosure can represent entry into a condition between identities. Death can be enacted symbolically, so that an older relation to life is relinquished without physical destruction. The maternal pattern remains recognizable, but its meaning has changed. Regression toward origin has become the symbolic foundation for renewal. The distinction is crucial. Regression itself isn't rebirth. Entering the unconscious doesn't guarantee that anything new will emerge. A person can remain fascinated by memories, dependencies, fantasies, and archaic images without transforming their relation to reality. The maternal enclosure can become permanent. The monster can swallow without releasing. The grave can remain only a grave. Miller's fantasies approach exactly this danger. Her symbolic world becomes increasingly capable of representing descent and renewal, but the richness of the imagery doesn't demonstrate that her conscious personality is changing accordingly. The unconscious appears to know the pattern. It produces water, openings, heroic journeys, maternal landscapes, and sacrificial possibilities. Yet consciousness remains uncertain before the developmental task represented by those images. Chiwantopel becomes increasingly important because he carries the missing movement. He is differentiated where Miller remains attached. He travels where she remains psychologically enclosed. He accepts danger where fantasy allows the ordinary personality to remain protected. The hero appears to solve the problem of separation, but only by carrying it outside consciousness. This creates a second enclosure. The first is maternal dependence. The second is projection. Miller can imagine herself beyond the maternal world through a figure who performs independence on her behalf. The hero therefore becomes both the opponent of regression and one of its instruments. His adventures allow movement to occur symbolically, while the underlying conscious conflict remains unresolved. The contradiction prepares his destruction. Chiwantopel cannot permanently liberate Miller because his very autonomy preserves the distance between her and the qualities he represents. Eventually, the psyche must reclaim the energy invested in him. The hero who entered the maternal depths must therefore confront a more difficult sacrifice than defeating the monster. He must surrender his own heroic form. This is where the return to the source reaches its deepest meaning. The mother isn't simply what the hero must escape. She represents the unconscious matrix into which established identities return when their organization has reached its limit. The descent dismantles what forward movement constructed. If transformation succeeds, the energy released there can emerge differently organized. Miller has arrived at that threshold. Her hero stands between regression and renewal, carrying an independence that cannot remain his alone. The maternal world has exposed the necessity of returning. Now sacrifice will determine whether return becomes another birth or merely the end of movement. The sacrifice of the hero. The final movement begins when Chiwantopel can no longer carry Miller's transformation for her. His existence has served a necessary function. He gathered the energy of independence into a figure strong enough to leave the maternal enclosure, endure isolation, pursue desire, and confront danger. Yet the more complete he became as a heroic personality, the more clearly he exposed the division beneath the fantasy. Miller could witness courage without having to embody it. The hero could live the conflict while consciousness remained protected from its consequences. His final search makes that division visible. Chiwantopel imagines a woman capable of understanding him completely, but she belongs to another time. The perfect beloved exists precisely where no real encounter can occur. This gives his longing an almost sacred purity, yet it also protects that longing from everything an actual relationship would demand. There can be no disappointment, negotiation, misunderstanding, compromise, or transformation through contact with another person. Desire preserves its absolute form by choosing an impossible object. What appears romantic, therefore, contains a movement away from life. The hero's fidelity to an unattainable woman allows him to remain faithful to longing itself. Nothing has to replace longing because fulfillment has been made impossible from the beginning. The fantasy creates a destiny whose tragedy conceals its psychological convenience. Chiwantopel can suffer magnificently without ever submitting his ideal to reality. Then the green serpent appears. Its attack collapses the heroic arrangement with startling speed. The serpent bites Chiwantopel. His horse is killed. The earth begins to shake. A volcano enters the landscape. A landslide finally swallows the poisoned hero. The sequence removes every image that had carried forward movement. The horse, associated throughout Jung's analysis with vitality, instinctive force, movement, and libido, dies before its rider. Chiwantopel himself follows. The maternal earth receives him back. Yet the serpent remains alive. That survival changes the meaning of the sacrifice. If the entire scene represented only death, nothing would remain to transform. But the green serpent carries associations with living nature, instinct, danger, renewal, and the capacity of life to continue through changing forms. The creature destroys the hero without being destroyed alongside him. What survives is more archaic than the heroic personality, closer to the unconscious foundation from which the fantasy emerged. The relationship is made even more intimate when Chiwantopel addresses the serpent as a little sister. Enemy and victim suddenly belong to the same family. The force that kills the hero isn't wholly foreign to him. It belongs to the same psychic system. What appeared as an external attack becomes another expression of libido turning against its existing form. This is one of the most consequential reversals in Jung's argument. Psychic energy doesn't possess only a forward direction. It can strive toward expansion, differentiation, creation, relationship, and adaptation, then reverse when the existing path becomes impossible or exhausted. The force that built an identity can participate in dismantling it. What consciousness experiences as destruction may therefore arise from the same underlying energy that once supported development. The hunter becomes the hunted. The weapon returns toward the figure who believed himself to be directing the movement. This reversal had already appeared when Jung examined images of wounds and arrows, where apparently external persecution could represent an unconscious tendency acting against the conscious position. Chiwantopel's death completes that logic. The hero isn't defeated by an unrelated enemy. The psychic process that produced him now requires his disappearance. Sacrifice becomes necessary because the heroic form has reached the limit of its usefulness. This doesn't make the hero false. Chiwantopel genuinely represented a developmental possibility. Without him, Miller's unconscious might not have been able to give such vivid form to the movement toward independence. A symbol can be necessary and still become obsolete. Its value doesn't guarantee permanence. The ancient sacrificial material makes this principle visible on a larger scale. Purusha contains a primordial totality, yet the world emerges only when that totality is divided. Differentiated existence requires the destruction of an original form. The sacrificial horse similarly embodies vital power that must be relinquished within a ritual transformation. Mithras kills the bull, and the death of instinctive force becomes inseparable from renewed fertility. Christian symbolism intensifies the pattern by placing the human figure himself in the position of the victim. Across these images, sacrifice doesn't mean discarding something worthless. The victim matters because it contains energy. What is surrendered possesses value, power, and often sacred status. The psychological meaning depends upon precisely this cost. Transformation requires relinquishing a form that consciousness may still cherish because the energy invested in it is needed elsewhere. This prevents sacrifice from becoming a doctrine of suppression. Jung's material doesn't support a simple victory of spirit over nature. The natural foundation survives every attempt to transcend it. Instinctive energy can be reorganized, disciplined, redirected, and symbolically transformed, but it cannot simply be erased without consequence. What consciousness rejects entirely returns through another route. The surviving serpent embodies that return. Chiwantopel dies, but psychic energy remains. The ideal personality disappears while something older continues beneath it. The sacrifice has broken the container, but it hasn't determined what will happen to what the container held. This is where Miller's fantasy becomes most psychologically precarious. In successful sacrificial myths, destruction produces a visible consequence. Purusha becomes cosmos. The slain animal becomes fertility. Death enters a larger cycle through which another form emerges. Miller's sequence doesn't provide the same assurance. Chiwantopel disappears, yet no corresponding transformation of Miller's conscious personality is shown. The sacrifice has happened symbolically, but its assimilation remains uncertain. That distinction reveals the limit of unconscious anticipation. The psyche can produce an image of exactly the transformation that conscious life requires without thereby accomplishing it. A dream can depict the death of an obsolete attitude, while the dreamer continues to live according to that attitude. Fantasy can sacrifice a projected hero, while the person remains unable to reclaim the qualities invested in him. The symbol can arrive before the capacity to live its meaning. Chiwantopel therefore dies in Miller's place. His sacrifice releases the energy concentrated in the heroic projection, but Miller must still receive that energy if the process is to become regenerative. Otherwise it returns to the unconscious. The serpent survives, the maternal earth closes, and the psychic force that had briefly taken heroic form descends again into the archaic matrix. This possibility explains Jung's uneasiness before Miller's material. Symbolic richness isn't always evidence of psychological integration. It can sometimes reveal the opposite. The unconscious may become increasingly productive precisely because conscious adaptation is weakening. Images gain autonomy. Fantasy becomes more compelling. Archetypal patterns emerge with greater intensity, while the individual's capacity to establish a conscious relationship with them diminishes. At that point, the symbol risks losing its function as a bridge. Instead of connecting conscious and unconscious positions, it becomes part of an autonomous world whose internal drama unfolds without sufficient participation from the personality. What might have supported transformation begins to threaten differentiation itself. Miller's sequence approaches this boundary. Her unconscious has constructed an extraordinary drama of creation, heroic emergence, maternal regression, struggle, and sacrifice. The structure is psychologically coherent. Yet coherence within fantasy doesn't guarantee a corresponding coherence in life. The unconscious can tell the story that consciousness cannot yet live. The death of Chiwantopel therefore becomes the decisive image of the entire investigation. It shows both the necessity and the danger of transformation. An established form must sometimes die because the energy contained within it can no longer develop there. But the death itself is only half the process. Something must receive what has been released. This is what distinguishes sacrifice from mere collapse. In sacrifice, destruction participates in a larger reorganization. In collapse, the form disappears and its energy falls back into unconsciousness without acquiring another viable relation to life. Externally, both may look like loss. Psychologically, their trajectories are opposite. The green serpent holds both possibilities together. It kills and survives. It belongs to death and regeneration. It represents the instinctive foundation that can overwhelm consciousness, but also the persistence of life beyond the identity that has ended. The image refuses to tell Miller which outcome will follow because the symbol cannot make that decision for her. The final transformation must occur where fantasy can no longer substitute for action. Courage must return from Chiwantopel to the personality that imagined him. Independence must lose its heroic perfection and become an imperfect relation to reality. Longing must surrender the impossible beloved and encounter the limitations of actual human connection. The maternal source must cease to be either paradise or monster and become something consciousness can approach without being swallowed. Only then would the sacrifice complete its movement. This is the deepest implication of Jung's symbolic journey. Transformation doesn't culminate in the discovery of a final identity. It repeatedly dismantles identities that have become containers for energies requiring another form. The hero himself isn't exempt. Eventually, even the figure of liberation can become something from which liberation is required. Chiwantopel's death, therefore, doesn't invalidate his journey. It fulfills it. He carries Miller's psychic movement as far as an autonomous symbol can carry it. He makes the conflict visible, enters the maternal territory, embodies the possibility of separation, and finally relinquishes the energy invested in his form. What remains after him is more fundamental than the hero. Libido remains. Nature remains. The unconscious remains. The possibility of another organization remains. But no new hero arrives to complete the story. That absence is the final demand of the sacrifice. If another figure simply replaced Chiwantopel, the projection would continue under a different name. The psychic movement now has to cross a boundary fantasy cannot cross for Miller. What had been represented must become lived, or the released energy will return to the depths. The hero has completed his task by disappearing. Transformation begins only if consciousness can continue without him. The cultural memory of transformation. The cultural reach of symbols of transformation becomes clearest once Miller's private fantasy is placed beside the myths that gather around it. Her images do not remain confined to biography. Fire opens into ritual and creation. The sun becomes a hero. The mother becomes earth, water, tree, city, grave, and monster. Chiwantopel enters patterns of descent and sacrifice that existed long before Miller imagined him. The individual psyche discovers forms that culture has preserved because the conflicts beneath them repeatedly return. This continuity gives mythology a different status. Ancient stories are not valuable merely because they contain forgotten explanations of nature. They preserve ways human beings have represented psychological transitions too large or contradictory for ordinary language. Birth and death can occupy the same image. A monster can become the gateway to renewal. A sacred animal can embody vitality precisely when it is being sacrificed. Myth holds together oppositions that conscious thought often separates. The recurrence of these forms also reveals something about culture itself. Civilization depends upon the transformation of energy. Instinctive forces cannot always reach their first objects, and collective life requires them to enter work, ritual, art, religion, relationship, law, and imagination. Culture is therefore not constructed above an abolished natural foundation. It continually reorganizes energies that remain active beneath its most sophisticated forms. This is why suppression creates danger. What a culture excludes from its conscious image does not cease to exist. Rejected forces can accumulate outside the accepted identity and eventually return in forms that appear alien or threatening. The same structure visible in Miller's fantasies can operate collectively. A community may project strength into heroes, danger into enemies, purity into sacred figures, and disorder into whatever it refuses to recognize within itself. Heroic mythology becomes especially ambiguous here. The hero gives visible form to capacities a community needs to imagine. Courage, independence, sacrifice, and renewal become concentrated in one exceptional figure. This can orient collective life, but it can also encourage spectatorship. The more perfect the hero becomes, the easier it is for ordinary people to experience his qualities as belonging somewhere else. Chiwantopel exposes the cost of that arrangement. His heroic existence carries Miller's possibilities until the projection itself becomes an obstacle. His death demonstrates that symbols cannot permanently perform transformation for those who create them. Culture can preserve the image of sacrifice, but the image remains incomplete until its demand enters lived reality. This gives Jung's comparative method its enduring force. Solar gods, devouring mothers, sacred trees, serpents, sacrificed bulls, horses, and dying heroes are not identical symbols with one universal translation. Their importance lies in the recurring psychological movements they organize. Separation creates longing for return. Regression reactivates older forms. Sacrifice releases energy from an exhausted organization. Renewal becomes possible only when that energy finds another relation to life. Modernity changes the language without abolishing the pattern. Gods may lose their literal authority. Rituals may become historical objects, and mythological cosmologies may no longer organize public reality. Yet the psyche continues producing projections, regressions, heroic identities, and sacrificial conflicts. The ancient drama survives inside modern forms because the underlying problem remains. Symbols endure for this reason. They carry cultural memory of transformations that individuals repeatedly have to rediscover. Miller's fantasies become significant not because they prove that every psyche secretly contains the same stories, but because they show how personal conflict can activate patterns already elaborated across human history. This is also why the book resists becoming a museum of symbols. Its mythology remains active only when the images illuminate movements occurring beneath contemporary identities. The mother, hero, serpent, and sacrifice survive because they describe relationships between dependence, differentiation, instinct, projection, and renewal. Their costumes change. The structure beneath them remains recognizable whenever a person or culture reaches the limit of a form that once provided coherence. The cultural meaning of transformation, therefore, lies in continuity through change. Forms disappear, but psychic energy persists. Myths preserve the record of humanity learning, repeatedly and imperfectly, that renewal requires more than destroying what came before. The sacrificed form must release something capable of entering the world differently. Otherwise, culture merely repeats the death while waiting for a rebirth it has mistaken for inevitable. Where the symbol ends, the conclusion of symbols of transformation leaves no final image of harmony. Chiwantopel is gone. The horse that carried his movement is dead. The earth has received the hero, while the green serpent remains alive. After so much mythology, comparison, and symbolic expansion, Jung arrives at an ending whose force depends upon what it refuses to provide. There is no completed rebirth, no new identity stepping from the ruins, and no assurance that sacrifice has succeeded. There is only energy released from a form that can no longer contain it. This changes the meaning of the entire journey. Miller's fantasies began as spontaneous expressions surrounding desire, but they gradually revealed the mobility of psychic life itself. Libido moved from personal attraction into creation, from creation into heroic imagery, from heroic expansion toward regression, and from regression toward sacrifice. Every stage appeared to offer a destination, yet each eventually became another passage. The psyche kept transforming because no single image could permanently organize what was moving through it. The symbol therefore emerges as neither decoration nor answer. It appears where conscious life reaches a limit and another psychological possibility has begun to gather without becoming fully available. Fire could carry instinct into creation. The hero could carry unrealized independence. The mother could represent both origin and the danger of return. The serpent could contain destruction and renewal within the same living form. Each symbol held a contradiction long enough for transformation to become imaginable. But imagination alone was never enough. This is the tension Miller's case preserves to the end. Her unconscious produces a remarkably coherent drama, while her conscious participation in that drama remains uncertain. Chiwantopel can descend and die for her, but he cannot make his sacrifice hers. The unconscious can reveal the necessity of relinquishing an exhausted form, but it cannot guarantee that consciousness will accept what the loss demands. That distinction gives the ending its severity. Sacrifice is creative only when the energy released from the sacrificed form becomes available for another organization of life. Otherwise, destruction merely returns energy to unconsciousness. The hero disappears, but the problem survives him. Miller must either reclaim what had been projected into Chiwantopel or remain separated from the force that his image once carried. The surviving serpent makes that choice visible without resolving it. Nature persists beneath the heroic identity. Instinct survives the ideal. The unconscious remains active after the conscious image of liberation has collapsed. Its vitality is neither benevolent nor hostile in itself. It becomes regenerative only through a relationship in which consciousness can recognize, contain, and transform what rises from the depths without being possessed by it. This is ultimately why the book reaches far beyond Miller. Every stable identity is temporary when measured against the movement of psychic life. Forms that once protected development can later restrict it. Ideals that once revealed possibilities can become projections that prevent those possibilities from being lived. Even the hero can become an obstacle when admiration replaces appropriation. Transformation demands not permanent allegiance to one symbolic form, but the capacity to relinquish forms when their work is finished. The ancient myths understood this through images of descent, dismemberment, sacrifice, and rebirth. Jung translates their movement into a psychological problem without exhausting their mystery. Something must die for something else to become possible, but what emerges depends upon whether the released energy can enter a new relation with consciousness. That final responsibility also changes how the earlier images must be remembered. The maternal descent was never simply a defeat, just as heroic ascent was never simply a victory. Both were movements within one economy of energy. Forward movement without return could harden into sterile consciousness. Return without renewed emergence could become regression. The task was always to survive the exchange between them. In that sense, transformation is not the triumph of consciousness over the unconscious. It is the creation of a relationship capable of enduring their tension without allowing either side to become absolute within human life. Miller's story stops at that boundary. The hero has completed what fantasy could accomplish. The symbol has revealed the structure. What remains cannot be delegated to another image. Transformation begins where the symbol ends.